Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order of the Huntersville Town Board. Welcome, everyone, to our regularly scheduled board meeting. I would like to thank all of you for being here this evening, and if you would please take a moment and take your cell phone out and make sure that it is on either vibrate or completely turned off. We will do the same up here, and we greatly appreciate that. That will help us continue the flow of business. Now that we've all done that, let's take a moment and have a moment of silence. Thank you. Now, if you'll join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I just want to make sure if there are seats available, just raise a hand. There's a couple of seats, I think, up here. If you would like a seat, you do not have to stand on the wall. There's also seats in the lobby with the TV screens as well. So just make your way on down. We are now going to move to staff questions. Board members, does anyone have a question for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none. We will now move into public comments, requests, presentations. So this evening, we do not have any presentations this evening. No resolutions or proclamations. But we do have folks who have signed up to speak. So give me a moment. We had more than 20 folks sign up to speak, so because of that number, we are going to limit comments to 2 minutes. And we are going to start with Pamela Deal. Miss Deal, hello. Make your way on down and come over here to your right at the podium. It is my understanding that Cindy Harris has also given you her 2 minutes. And is Miss Harris here? And you have given her your 2 minutes, correct? Thank you so very much. So you have a total of 4 minutes this evening. And if you will please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Pam Deal, and I live at 13604 Brookline Lane in Huntersville, which is in Willowbrook. I am not an angry or unhappy person, and I enjoy going places and doing things. But I also enjoy my home and my neighborhood. I want to thank those of you who accepted my invitation or my sister's invitation to visit our homes, to see our neighborhood and how our properties connect to the Westmoreland farm. You noticed our quiet neighborhood and commented on the peacefulness. We know we have been blessed for 26 years to enjoy the natural environment that surrounds us. We also knew the farm would be developed someday, but we never expected it to be zoned highway commercial with a hotel, conference center, retail, and a lagoon, and with a cut-through connection to our small neighborhood. Huntersville's 2040 plan was developed using taxpayer money and the time and energy of many people. 5 of you were on either the town board or the planning board when it was adopted, and your names are on the plan. It's a good plan with reasonable goals and guidelines. I will paraphrase Mr. Burton, who spoke at the June 20th town meeting. If you have a plan that you don't follow, then you don't really have a plan. The developer recently sent emails asking for your input on how he should revise the plan. Here is your chance to answer him. Tell him to follow the Huntersville 2040 plan, and tell him to work with the town's planning department to come up with development that follows the rules of density and design and fits the property and this part of Huntersville. Any development on the Westmoreland Farm should be representative of Huntersville and the 2040 plan, and also be an appropriate density and design that will complement Willowbrook and the surrounding homes. I want to correct an impression left by the developer at a previous meeting. There is not an agreement with Willowbrook for him to repair our pool. Our HOA has not held a vote, and I believe they would have a hard time finding 67 homes in Willowbrook to support such an agreement. Your legacy as an elected official will include this moment and this issue. I hope you will remember that as an elected official, your service is to the citizens of the town of Huntersville, to work for the betterment of the town, and not just for those who voted for you or contributed to your campaign. When the time comes that you are able to make a decision about the proposed development, I hope that you will follow the guidance of the 2040 plan and the recommendations of the town's planning department and the planning board's decision and deny the development. Please vote no for the Laguna Bay or Waterside development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person who has signed up to speak is Jennifer Connor. And Ms. Connor, as you come, you have 2 minutes, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Connor. I'm not going to give
Just a moment. I just hear somebody's phone's going off. If we can make sure that that does not happen again, I would greatly appreciate it. Ms. Connor, we'll start your 2 minutes over, please.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Connor. I am not going to give my address. Okay, I was told I didn't have to. This development with its new name, Waterside, still doesn't fit the 2040 plan according to the Planning Committee. Why do we have a planning committee if the commissioners are not going to listen to its committee or to the citizens of Huntersville? We voted you in to represent us. Mr. Kidwell, Mr. Boone, Mr. Munger. You're not even following the basic steps of a traffic impact analysis on one of the busiest roads in Huntersville, Highway 73. That is one of the most important steps of doing any planning study. I and every citizen of Huntersville, right now, we've all got red flags. If I had flags to hand out, we'd have a lot of red flags being waved, okay? What's going on behind the scenes? Why are you not following protocol? Why? Why is it not being followed? Everything's being stopped for this developer right here, Jake Palillo. Why? It's not a good look. These shenanigans must stop now. We have one commissioner who spoke out against this. And now, suspiciously, his house was vandalized. Really interesting. It's not a coincidence. Can't say it's a coincidence. It was just his house. We've got 2 women being sued for sharing their opinions on the development. When does the madness stop? We have a petition with over 5,500 signatures, more than what was showed of the people that showed up to vote for you all. What more does it take? It's time for the commissioners to do the right thing for the citizens of Huntersville. Vote no to this lagoon. That's what we're asking.
Thank you. Folks, it's not interactive, so you're not going to have the board comment, and we're not going to clap. It's not like a football game. But I will say this: you can talk outside once you've finished your comments, because we really truly do want to make sure everyone's voice is heard. The next person who is signed up to speak is Scott Sittler. Mr. Sittler, as you come, you have 2 minutes. And if you'll please state your name and address for the record, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Hey, good evening. My name is Scott Sittler. I live at 15829 Lavenham Road in Huntersville. And just a couple things that have disturbed me with the documents that have come out. A quote that the developer has thrown around is that 20% of the people are love to complain. And because of that, we're unhappy people. We live unhappy lives. I just really want to put that to bed because I don't think that's accurate. I'm against it, but I hope I'm not that unhappy as a person. The other thing that he stated in a recent message was that a list, I think this is a quote, a list of tract home developers are standing in line behind me, waiting for me to pull out, and they are happy with 400 homes. I would also be happy with 400 homes in that neighborhood. So I would encourage the town to consider that. If that's really a fact, that there's other developers standing in line behind them, let's take a look at those plans as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next person who has signed up to speak is Bob Bayer. And Mr. Bayer, I believe you have a couple of folks who have given their time to you. Kate Sittler, and you've given your time, along with Anna Rubin, and you've given your time as well, correct? Thank you. So that means you have 6 minutes. And if you'll state your name and address for the record, and we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bob Baer. I'm a 20-year resident of the Northstone subdivision. Well, here we are again. You know, after being a resident here for over 20 years, this is the first time I've ever got involved in any kind of political stuff, but this project is literally in our backyards. The developer is fond of saying that he's just trying to do what's best for his family. Well, I hope he and you respect the fact that I feel like I'm doing the same thing, doing what's best for my family. I know it was established at one of the last meetings that it's only a guideline, but let's take a look at a few things from the 2040 plan, a plan that half of you were pretty deeply involved with. And let's not forget that this isn't some old plan from 5 or 10 years ago. It's only 30 months old. The stated purpose of that 2040 plan is meant to establish a framework for growth and development while maintaining the character and livability of the town that Huntersville residents hold so dear. When you all did the community surveys in crafting the 2040 plan, one of the main questions was, what are your top priorities for Huntersville moving forward? And by far, the largest response, at 63%, was traffic and congestion. Do you think that has changed in 30 months? Do you think this project is going to help with that? Another question on those surveys was, if you were able, willing, and motivated to relocate to Huntersville, what housing options would interest you? The overwhelming answer at 61% was a house with a large yard, even if not near shopping and services. Only 4% said an apartment or condo complex. Now that pretty much flies in the face of what the developer has said that people want, advocating for little 40, 50, and a couple of 60-foot lots. Lastly, there was a question about how should the current adopted land use plan be changed? And again, the overwhelming response at almost 60% was to limit growth. Less than 15% said to allow more growth. So, your constituents have already very clearly told you what they want, and it's definitely not a big touristy circus and cement pond in this peaceful little rural area. One of the things that makes Huntersville unique is the fact that we're not a tourist town or destination. Concord is a tourist town, racetracks, drag strips, big full-service hotels, the Great Wolf Lodge, etc. Cornelius seems to try to be touristy with waterfront bars, restaurants, and marinas. Mooresville has the race shops, the old historic downtown, Race City. Burkdale seems to work as a touristy attraction, but that's because it's right around the corner from Cornelius. And let's not forget that the residents of the beautiful Burkdale subdivision, they don't seem too happy with the development going on over there either. Now, apparently, his new plan puts all of the retail back in. Now, after the smash and grab armed robbery at Fink's Jewelers in Burkdale last week, is there anyone who can't understand why we don't want this right next to our homes? Now, I've totally stayed away from the personal attacks, and I'm not part of some anti-growth mob. I got nothing against these people. I don't even know them. I've only tried to look at this project objectively. The current zoning calls for 300-some housing units, and this plan calls for more than double that number. The developer made the claim in one of the Freedom of Information Act emails that there are plenty of tract home builders happy to put up 400 homes with. Well, you know what? That's what the zoning calls for, and we're just fine with that. A nice neighborhood, no commercial circus. And I'm sure the new homeowners will love being so close to beautiful Bradford Park. Now, the developer talks about how much money he has already spent on this project, without doing the required traffic impact assessment, by the way. Well, sorry, but that's kind of the nature of land speculation, isn't it? He also says, you move to a growing community and you have to put up with the growth. No, we don't. We elected you people to watch out for our town and represent our interests, not just developers. So 1,500 memberships at $10,000, that's 15 million bucks. Another 225 building lots at even just $50,000 is another 11 million plus. So it's pretty obvious to see why the developer and his family and anyone else who stands to make a financial gain from this project are so passionate about it. Beautiful tree-lined McCord Road by the old Huntersville Hardwood looks like a disaster area. Please, we beg you, stop the total deforestation of our beautiful little town. And lastly, I'd like to mention all of these Freedom of Information emails that have been brought to light throughout this whole process. Email after email from this developer telling the planning board what to do, telling the town commissioners what to do. Not asking, not urging, but telling. You all sitting up here cannot be surprised that after reading all of these emails that there are many, many residents of this town asking the same question. Who really runs this town? Is it our elected officials, or is it deep pocket developers? This project does not align with the current zoning. It does not fit with the 2040 plan. Over 5,500 petition signatures proves that we're not just an unhappy little group of people who hate everything, as this developer alleges. We're longtime citizens who do not want this circus next to our homes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please vote no.
The next person who has signed up to speak is Suzanne Viller. Good evening. Thank you for joining us this evening. You have 2 minutes, and if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Ever so quickly. Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I am Suzanne Viller, and I live at 17130 Bridgeton Lane. In 2019, the town recruited a large group of citizens to update the 2030 plan. That group worked for 2 years through COVID, and despite their different backgrounds and priorities, that committee was able to unanimously recommend the updated 2040 plan to town officials who accepted and officially adopted it in December of 2021. That's what our citizens thought was right for Huntersville then, and the commissioners adopted. As accepted by the town board, the preamble to the 2040 plan clearly states, the plan will serve as official policy for the town of Huntersville and detail our vision, goals, policies, strategies to manage growth, define and reinforce its identity and character, and provide high-quality public facilities and services for all residents. This is not an ambiguous statement. This is town policy. Yet over the last couple of years, we've heard various developers, their advisors, as well as Huntersville staff and board members refer to the 2040 plan in this chamber as a suggestion in an effort to diminish the relevance and applicability of this policy on projects within Huntersville. Forcing the public and town board members to fight projects that egregiously disregard the town's own policy is divisive, a gross waste of time and money for the public and the town, and should not be tolerated. It's important that the Huntersville Town Commission reinforce that the 2040 plan is not a mere suggestion, but is in fact town policy that applies in all cases to all petitioners equally. Please vote against Waterside. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person who has signed up to speak is Edward Cecil. Mr. Cecil, as you come, it looks like I have Teresa Julian and Ron Julian have both given them your time. Oh. Sorry, I mixed them up. Is that correct? That is correct. Thank you. So, Mr. Cecil, you have 6 minutes. And
I'm ready to go. Edward Cecil, Stonegate Estates off McCord Road. I and my wife Nancy have stayed out of this fray. However, since a developer has ignored Stonegate Estates as to the setbacks along with other developments and along with other important issues, we had no choice but to get involved in order to protect our neighbors in Stonegate on McCord Road and other locations, Huntersville itself. Remember how Nancy led the way and took on Lennar, which is substantially bigger than this developer, as to Northbrook, organized the entire McCord corridor and its residents in one and took it from NR to TR, from 302 homes down to 122. We are speaking here not tonight just to ourselves, but with other people who feel the same way. Quickly, Stonegate Estates is a 23-acre, 6-home farm cluster of extremely low density, 0.31 homes per acre. We have preserved over 73% of our original trees. This developer proposes with his high-density homes a minute 20-foot setback with a rear load for garages practically right up to our property lines. In comparison, developer of North Creek Village was concerned enough to provide them, we are informed, of 50 to 80-foot setbacks. Even Lennar's Northbrook has substantial setbacks up to what appears to be even 100 feet. We're not the only ones impacted. There are other low-density homes all along McCord Road. This developer stated he will defoliate all but 15% of the trees in violation of the ordinance and plant minute trees that will take 20 years to reach maturity. One tree provides enough oxygen to supply a family of 4 for only 1 year. Trees prevent erosions, cleanse the air, reduce carbon footprint, provide oxygen, as well as many other benefits, including providing home for our needed animal life. It is assumed that all of you like to breathe clear air. Therefore, obviously, none of us can survive without the trees. You also must be concerned with the displacement and death of wildlife by the destruction of nearly 270 acres of trees. A prior approved development near us by Lennar and Northbrook, by limiting the other trees, increased our deer and animal population. We have a herd of 12 to 14 deer crossing our property, along with foxes, raccoons, nutria, rabbits, groundhogs, chipmunks, bats, snakes, birds, insects, and other animals, adding to ours in order for them to try to escape and to survive. If you keep the tree destruction up, Huntersville will become nothing but a concrete jungle. You need to believe that our animal population is important and must be preserved and protected. It is admitted there is only so much sewer capacity, and that you must know that this massive development will only exacerbate the problem. Even with this somewhat reduced size of the lagoon, calculations indicate it will take 20 million gallons of water from Cabarrus Reservoir area to fill the lake, and agonizing 25 days to fill it. It is also predicted it could likely reduce the water pressures for surrounding neighbors and even possibly deprive them of water. You need to take this into consideration and rethink approving so many other developments. We have been told that the developer thinks out of the box. However, with all the change, it is more like out of Jack in the Box. First, there will be a large lagoon, then back with a somewhat reduced lagoon. He swore that the lagoon would be private, then he opened to the public, then he went back to private. There will be a 5-star hotel with convention area. Now, no hotel convention area, but how long will that be before he asks for it back? There will be commercial with celebrity chef restaurants, then no commercial, then back to commercial chef restaurants, on and on ad infinitum. He states he's throwing in 2 lakes that guests can look out upon it. Really? Actually, these are nothing more than required BMPs to collect runoff and rainwater, and turns out to also harbor mosquitoes to go after the guests and frogs making lovely nonstop croaking noise to entertain the guest. He has now changed the name from Laguna Bay to Waterside Park, presumably to take away the stigma of the lagoon. The developer does not want to do a traffic study and has stated that we just need to suck it up and as to massive traffic backups. Even without it, it is known fact that there will be thousands of in and out vehicles coming onto 73 and McCord Road every day to clog the roads even more. McCord Road is a rural road that cannot handle the traffic that's on it now. Where will his developments, residents, private and/or public lagooners, watersiders, shoppers, looky-loos, hotel guests, restaurant goers be pouring in and out of the development from and onto to get to North Cross, Roseville, Sanford, Denver, exits 23, 25, to get to 177, north and south, as well as children going to school. Obviously, McCord Road. Another reason I am involved is because of all the rancor and discourse emanating from both sides that is a result from the developer and his development. It needs to end now. Everyone needs to cease and desist. There must be all threats that are being made to destroy individuals must end. There must be no more attacks and comments to and against the town board members, including the planning department. All offers to anyone, any groups, including offers and perks and/or financial assistance of any kind, including elections, must cease and not occur again. In other words, everyone must stop and be quiet and end all of this. There should never have been attacks and continued attacks against those who opposed, and then two who opposed development being sued, even if the developer felt that he was personally attacked by them. The lawsuits must be dropped in order for there to be now civil discourse between all parties, either for or against the development. The developer must only present facts as to why this development should be approved, and those opposing must only present facts as to why it should not be approved. Nothing more. It has been stated that there are over 5,400 persons who have signed a petition against the developer. It doesn't take nearly that number to vote one into office.
Thank
There
you,
is
sir.
more,
Well done.
but I will be back.
The next person who is signed up to speak is Nancy Cecil. And Ms. Cecil, my understanding is that, hold on, let me put my glasses back on. Noel Burton and Linda Engel have given you their minutes, and you are both here, correct? I see Linda and, thank you very much. Did not see you there. So you have 6 minutes, and if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Cecil, McCord Road. Good evening, Huntersville elected town board, hired professional planning department, and appointed planning board, and all others here tonight. I have not spoken publicly in a long time, and I guess it's because nothing new has come before you with such a great importance to all of us who live here until now. Huntersville Town has hired trained, experienced professional and experts in the field of planning. The planning department to research codes, ordinances, 2040 plan to determine what is appropriate to as to being submitted plans by the developer. An exorbitant amount of money has been spent on these planning studies 2 times since I've lived here. The town board has also appointed experienced planning individuals to the planning board who make a recommendation as to how the plan conforms to our codes, ordinances, and 2040 plan, and what's best for the town, not just the developers. These positions for the planning department, or planning board, are very important, and anyone who applies for an appointment should have the understanding of planning in order to make a recommendation. No one cares whether people like it or don't like it. The merits of the plan and how it conforms to Huntersville, the county, and the state are all that matters. At times, some of the board pays no attention to what the planning department and our planning board has recommended and refuses and almost always fails to follow their recommendations to deny an improper plan. Why is that? If it's a tie, our mayor even has more responsibility to protect her citizens, particularly when the hired and appointed experts say no. She votes to approve it. In breaking a tie, it will appear to be unreasonable, especially considering that every taxpayer in Huntersville has to pay for all of these plans to be reviewed and all the research in order for them to make a recommendation that looks forward to the future plans that have been set in place. As you are all elected by the citizens of Huntersville to the town board, you are politicians. Some of you actually do not have the required expertise. That is why you hired appointed planners and boards to make these necessary important recommendations on your behalf. They direct the town board. Again, you must not ignore the established ordinances, current zoning, and 2040 plan, and you must not ignore the recommendations of planning department and planning board not to approve. And then you go and vote approval for the developer's plan. Doing so is nothing more than illogical and makes it appear that you are just supporting developers and friends who may reward you for giving a yay vote when their project, even if it has no relevance or merit to the validity of the project. Avoiding the established ordinance and zoning, and even doing so by text amendments to help developers skirt them, and the intent of the current 2040 plan is an outrage, along with other improper decisions. This must not occur in Huntersville. And you must not void any of the words of your constituents who have spoken and requested the denial. Voters in Huntersville have voted you in because they have expectations of your responsibilities and duties to them as a town, as you promised when you ran for office. Voters have also believed you will do what you say in your platform that you have mailed or advertised in order to secure votes. I have them, I have reread them, and I see some of you are not keeping with your promises to protect the town in slowing the growth, listening to the people of Huntersville, and we have all trusted you to do that. Keep in mind, I said some of you and not all 7 of you. You must not be concerned about yourself and your political future and developers, but it is the citizens of Huntersville and Huntersville itself you must be concerned with. About half of you on the board has made some serious attempts to follow the ordinances, zoning, and 2040 plan. All of you must do so as they are in place for a reason. The Planning Department and Planning Board work hard to help you make the proper decision. Again, there's absolutely no reason to go against our recommendations to deny, and for you to approve the developer's project is against all direction and recommendations. If the town board is not going to pay attention and follow recommendations of the Planning Department and Planning Board, then they might as well eliminate both. Further, forget about doing any more plans and scrap the 2040 plan now. Since you ignore these recommendations, then why have the Planning Board or Planning Department or any future plans? This obviously would save the town a substantial amount of money as well as taxpayers' money. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? It appears these studies and future plans are done only because they are required by the county and or state of North Carolina as they look into the needs of water, power, road, sewer, etc. It is important to provide future directions for the infrastructure. I have much more to say, but that can wait. As the elections are around the corner, and many more than ever in the history of Huntersville elections, we'll be watching and thinking who will get their vote to lead our town. With 6 spots, I hope all candidates will be true to themselves and all of us who live here, work here, pay taxes, and those who care enough to make sensible developments here. I have just viewed the video of Windsor Ranch and the other lagoons, and I am now even more opposed to the lagoon in Huntersville. It may belong somewhere, but not in our backyard. Incidentally, none of you on the board actually live on 73 or McCord Road corridors, so this lagoon and the racket it brings will not bother you at all. Thank you for listening, and please, when the time comes, deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cecil. The next person who has signed up to speak is Marian Turetsky. Good evening. As you come, you have 2 minutes, and if you'll state your name and address for the record.
My name is Marianne Turetsky. I live at 16977 Bridgeton Lane. The new improved plan called Waterslide has substantial changes to the original project. The public has the right to see the changes, not just hear about them. Thousands of us feel it should go back to square one with a public meeting to share its new content. Then follow the steps: town staff, town board, and eventually the commissioners. We are all well within our rights to expect this to happen. The mayor always tells me and the rest of us, do not talk about the man, only talk about the plan. The man is the plan. They are one and the same. You can't separate them. If he follows these steps, as he should, then we will feel satisfied that our Huntersville, they live in Cornelius, our Huntersville will be protected from his bait-and-switch plans. As former mayor Jill Swain said, we should be a town represented by the people who care about their town's well-being, not their own well-being. We all need to do research. Everyone, for the sake of our town, please research. Elections are coming up soon. Commissioners, as you make your decision about this project, please let your conscience be your guide. Just to let the board know, the safety of my daughter Noelle and her family was compromised this weekend. I guess this is the new way people will try to silence us. We're not going quietly. We're not going to be silenced. Remember that.
Thank you. The next person who has signed up to speak is Tina Katsanos.
I want you guys to know I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was important. I'm still recovering from hip replacement surgery, and I'm in a lot of pain. So this means a lot to me. Thank you. Hi, my name is Tina Katsanos. I live off of Beatties Ford Road. I am the chair of the Climate Reality Project, Charlotte Metro Area Chapter. I am the Environmental Justice Committee Chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg NAACP, and a member of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders. I also teach environmental justice at UNC Charlotte. Tonight, however, I'm reaching out to you as your constituent and a resident in Huntersville and someone who lives very close to the proposed Laguna Bay project. I do not support the development of Laguna Bay in an area that is slated, according to the 2040 plan, to be lower density than this development would manifest. The traffic is already a nightmare on Samford Road. The idling cars increase the CO2 emission, which impacts the climate crisis and people's respiratory health. We have global water issues, and I'm concerned about the frivolous misuse of water with this project. There are many more environmental impacts that I have not listed and have not been considered. Has an environmental impact analysis report been prepared? I have not seen one. Has a traffic analysis impact report been prepared? I hear that some folk do not think there is a need for such a report, and therefore it does not exist. I understand that Huntersville will continue to grow, but there is such thing as smart and efficient and sustainable growth. This project is not that sort of growth. I do not believe we or anyone truly needs this type of a tourist attraction. But let's just say hypothetically, it is absolutely necessary for economic growth, then projects like this should begin in undeveloped areas. And then people can have choices whether or not they want to move nearby. Please say no to Laguna. Thank you. And say no tonight.
The next person who has signed up to speak is Earl Genois. Mr. Genois, there he is, okay. Sir, it's good to see you. As you come up to the podium, you have 2 minutes, and once you get here, if you will please state your name and address for the record. Thank you, sir.
Errol Genois, 8537 Camberley Road, Huntersville. Pollinators, the highest priority. Make the protection of pollinators as the highest priority of community land development in Huntersville in order to support 2 universal truths. A, pollinators reduce the deadly amount of carbon dioxide that humans breathe. And B, pollinators contribute to the production of food valued at more than $40 billion annually in the United States. Citation, www.whydoweneedbees.org. Our community development of land faces a threat of a continuing crisis because bulldozing for roads, businesses, and hundreds of new gas pumps receive a higher priority than the preservation of our oxygen and food supplies. A responsible policy of land development will logically limit population density and seasonal visitation in Huntersville. Take the first step to let the citizens and the pollinators breathe fresh air. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next person who has signed up to speak is Mildred Peronic. Ms. Peronic? There you are. As you come, you have 2 minutes, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mildred Peranich, a resident at 12824 Westmoreland Road in Huntersville, North Carolina, of 20 years. For the record, I am a happy person, but right now I am a very angry and embarrassed person. I'll explain that. I'll come back to that. I am really requesting that this lagoon project not be approved at all. The previous presentation, and then I saw the other day a revised presentation online, and I'm still saying no. So I ask you to deny permission to rezone this beautiful land that we live on, because it's going to impact myself and my husband very much so, and my family. I will be having to look out the windows in my front door at apartments, ugly, tall apartments, and possibly townhouses and good Lord knows what else. We have been screaming, there's a petition, as people have said, of over 5,500 signatures, and just screaming, no, we do not want this for our community. I don't know, deaf ears. We do not have, a fact, we do not have the infrastructure for what is being proposed. As I recently stated to the planning board, I just don't see this being within the plans for this town, and I've been here over 20 years. If I had wanted to look at high-rises, apartments, convention centers, so forth, I could have bought a home right in the city of Charlotte, but my family and I chose not to. I want to thank Commissioner Partee.
Thank you. That was your 2 minutes. If you'd like to finish your sentence, you're more than welcome, but that was your 2 minutes.
I just, real quick, just wanted to thank Mr. Partee for speaking for me on June 20th. I could not make it because I was home taking care of my husband who's in hospice care, and that's where I am leaving to go back to take care of my husband. But I want people to take a look at what's going on. Is this a definition of political machine? Is it plutocracy? And is it oligarchy? And if people don't know the definitions of that, it's what's going on in this town, which is an embarrassment. I'll provide the definitions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next person who has signed up to speak is Robin Hahn. Ms. Hahn, as you come, you have 2 minutes, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Robin Hahn, 14121 Pinole Pines Circle, Huntersville, North Carolina. We've lived at this location since 1990. Our property borders the proposed development. I have 2 points I'd like to address. First, I would not like to see this approved. This project is too dense for this area. Apartments and retail will increase traffic flow, which is already overwhelming to residents, and would further overburden roads which were built as small 2-lane country roads. Additionally, apartments bring in transitional people who have no vested interest in preserving the safety and integrity of our country community. My second point is, I believe that in the interest of eliminating any doubt of the possibility of a voting conflict in this matter, that commissioners who have accepted political contributions or other contributions from Mr. Polillo or his associates should recuse themselves from this vote. I am not accusing anyone of wrongdoing, as accepting political contributions is entirely within the law. But when there is a possibility that the contributions could have been made to manipulate the outcomes on projects, then that is a basis to be excused from the vote. Mr. Polillo was very proud that he has changed the political face of Huntersville, as he stated in previous meetings. At the very least, an attorney should render an opinion to the board on whether these members should be excused from this vote. This process might result in better and more open decision-making, thus ensuring ensuring more consistent adherence to town requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person who has signed up to speak is Melanie Griffin. Ms. Griffin, hi. You have 2 minutes, and as you come, if you will please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Melanie Griffin, 12900 Westmoreland Road, Huntersville, North Carolina. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, everyone on the Board of Commissioners, for the time that you give to these jobs. Like everyone else that has already spoken, I did want to point out that I am a very happy person. I'm not angry. I don't complain about things. In fact, I've always worked in restaurants my entire life, so I certainly don't go into a restaurant and complain either. I'm not against development. I am against this development. It is also nothing personal. I have no idea who Jake Palillo was before the first community meeting at the church a few months ago. At that meeting, he did tell me I was stupid for building a home next to a farm because I could not control the zoning that was there. And everyone has already mentioned the 2040 plan. What I feel like no one has mentioned is it's my understanding, and I'm not an expert, but it's my understanding that anytime a change is made in zoning that will go against the 2040 plan, that then changes the plan moving forward. So if none of these things fall in line with the 2040 plan, I think it's going to negate every single aspect of the 2040 plan. That has me concerned for Huntersville beyond just across the road from my house. I'm not even sure what exactly the plan is at this point because we have seen several different versions of it, mostly through the news or social media. I think the only other thing that I wanted to mention is that I'm also not really sure if the lagoon is the most important, wonderful feature of this project, why now the apartments are going to be built first. So I'm also concerned from living on Westmoreland Road that the only thing that will ever get built will be all of the apartments across the road from my house. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The last person who has signed up to speak this evening, we do have two folks who have signed up to speak during the public hearing, but we'll call you up during that public hearing. So just to make sure, if I don't call you up right now, it's because you've signed up for the public hearing. Is Nancy Cecil. She has signed up for a separate topic, which is her right. Ms. Cecil, would you like to come up and speak again on the other topic?
Hello again. I wasn't really prepared to speak on this topic until I understood it a little further, but I'm Nancy Cecil, McCord Road. 10E, consider the petition requested by Huntersville Planning to amend the subdivision.
Ms. Cecil, can you talk into the microphone? Because we can't hear you over here.
Okay. I'm talking regarding 10E and regarding to require a 10-foot buffer for minor subdivisions in rural and transitional residential zoning. When my husband and I built our house, we had to abide by the 20-foot setback. It cost us a lot of money to move our house far enough so that we were 20 foot away from our neighbors. Now, our neighbor's property could eventually be sold, it could be developed, and we've also put in a lot of drainage because we get a lot of the saturation from above our house. Our basement has been flooded. We've had the stinky, moldy smell down there for a long time. We finally got that eradicated, and we finally put in a drainage swale so that it will protect us. How could I possibly be protected if it's only 10 feet away? Because that will do nothing for me. We'll be drowned out. And so I think it should be 20 feet. And if it's not 20 feet, then maybe it should be 30 feet, because that's the only way to protect low-density development and to protect someone who has followed the rules and who has made a lot of effort to take care of our own property. We have every single one of our downspouts goes into the ground and goes out into the creek. We don't have any water around our house. It all goes out and away from the house. And I would expect that to be, if there is any development around us, that to be respected, because it will harm us tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is everything for public comments this evening. We're now going to move to agenda changes. Are there any changes to the agenda this evening? Commissioner Boone?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to add item P, as in Paul, to the consent agenda, and that is petition 2307 to call for a public hearing at 6 p.m. at the Huntersville Town Hall at 101 Huntersville Concord Road, Huntersville.
Did you state the date? I didn't hear it, I apologize.
August 7th,
August 7th?
Monday.
Call for a public hearing on August 7th, here at Town Hall at 6 PM?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Kovacs.
I would like to add an item to other business, add item 10T to consider approving pre-qualification tool and criteria as required by purchasing and contracting policy and state statute.
All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda this evening? Is there a motion to adopt these amendments?
Motion to adopt these amendments. Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. Now we will move to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Second. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor? None opposed. All right, our agenda has been adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. All those in favor adopting the consent agenda? Those opposed? Seeing none, the consent agenda has been adopted. All right, we are now moving to public hearings. Item 9A. And this is a public hearing on petition R23-01, and this is the Foundry, Everett Keith Road, request by Foundry Commercial LLC, and Mr. Pete. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I want to enter the staff report into the record for this evening. This is R2301 is a request by Foundry Commercial LLC. This property that you see in the black striping there is located on Everett Keith Road. It is south of Hambright Road. It is to the east of Brighton Commerce Center. And this is essentially behind Walmart and Frankie's for those as a local reference. And what you see in this particular image is that the property in question is 100% zoned transitional residential. It abuts special purpose, and which is in the Brighton development. And then the red line that we'll come back to briefly is the future thoroughfare alignment. Everett Keith is planned to sort of peel away from the current Everett Keith alignment and go down to Eastfield Road at the Independence Hill location that is located in the city of Charlotte. You can see here the site plan is laid over an aerial, and again, the purple represents a thoroughfare plan. The Everett Keith project going straight down would be realigned, and you can see the large road at the bottom of the image. Right here is where they would propose to realign that. I'll go ahead and mention to the board that there is a process by which a adopted thoroughfare can be modified. The key test there is where you enter and exit a piece of property. If you maintain those, the thoroughfare is allowed to be adjusted within, making sure that, of course, appropriate geometry and everything else is consistent. So this has been reviewed, and it has met that test. So the new alignment of the thoroughfare is something that the CRTPO, the Regional Thoroughfare Authority, would be behind if the town were to approve it in such a manner as shown. So we can certainly try to answer any of the questions you have about that as we go forward. Just very briefly, again, I mentioned it's a little over 28 acres in size. I've mentioned both of the existing zoning. They are actually requesting corporate business conditional district, CBCD, and the proposed use is 750,000 square feet of light manufacturing, warehousing, or office space comprised in 2 buildings, and those would be the large yellow rectangles that you see there on the site. That's just a blow-up of the site plan. You can see that there is parking primarily within the middle, stormwater retention, and kind of a creek facility there. And then there would be buffering around the edges, 40-foot buffer along the thoroughfare as it moves down. Starting with the 2040 community plan, the future land use map for this particular project. As you can see, the project is located in what the community plan would call for as moderate density or medium density development. That would be about 1 to 3 units per acre. To the east of that, you can see that's the residential edge. And then to the west, where Brighton exists, you have employment center designated in the 2040 plan. So specifically, this particular request does not align with the 2040 plan. If the board were of a mind to expand the employment center designation, corporate business, SP, that type of thing, because it is adjacent to that, then that would be a scenario whereby this project could be facilitated. But as it stands, the 2040 plan is not designating or recommending that this particular land support that type of use. You can see up in the corner that there are some policies that do support the request, specifically LU5, 7, EV1, T3, and T5. I know those probably don't mean anything to you. If you'd like me to elaborate on what those refer to, we could certainly do that. And then just below that, you can see that LU1 and LU11 would be where they are specifically not consistent. Now, I can tell you that LU1 is consistency with the future land use map. So that's right there to the left. And then LU11 is protection of housing stock or existing housing stock. And so we can talk about that just a few minutes. Again, here are just brief outlines. I've already sort of gone over this. If you want to read through that, you can. But again, the moderate density that is called for is looking at residential, 1 to 3 units an acre. And the employment center is definitely where this particular proposal would fit. And so if there was an expansion of that area, then you would see consistency there. Again, this is where those policies are listed. We can come back to those if you'd like. These do not show the staff's analysis that is in your report, but we can go over that as well if you'd like to come back to that at the end of my presentation. In addition to the 2040 community plan, we also have a small area plan, the Eastfield Road Small Area Plan, that specifically looks at this area that is all north of Eastfield Road. And if you look at the image in the middle, you'll see the blue area where the red circle is located. The red circle represents the project before you. And you can see that it is recommended to be a mixed-use area in the Eastfield Road Community Plan. So with a little further detailed analysis, the Eastfield Road area called for that sub-area 1, the area in the red box there, letter A, states that if the project takes care of all of the relevant issues, policies, and goals of both the zoning ordinance and the community plans, that it could entertain additional uses. And you can see that light manufacturing is one of those, or I think they use the term light industrial, office, and that type of thing. So again, you've got the idea that the employment center designation would be an expansion, and then to fit into the Eastfield Road Plan, you would want to make sure that you have followed all of the other site design considerations to make sure that it is fitting in and not creating any issues for surrounding land uses. The transportation, a TIA was done. The findings of the report are outlined here. I don't propose to go over them in great detail, but if you would like to, we can, and our engineering department is represented as well. I will show you a quick diagram that goes along with the TIA. The light blue box or gray box to the right represents the site in question. You can see however Keith turns. And so you see improvements there at Brighton Corporate Center Drive, at Hambright, at 21 and Hambright Road, and a couple of other intersections there on Alexandriana and Eastfield Road as well. So these are called for. We do not have, I believe the DOT has contacted our Director of Engineering to indicate that they are okay with what they're seeing here. And Stephen's here if you have specific questions about that. And I'll let the applicants speak to where they stand on the requirements of the TIA when they come up. That is not this item. So the staff recommendation for this particular project is outlined here, and apologize because the first 9 items there was some elaboration slides. But there was a list of 9 modifications in the proposal. You can see that there are several of them, 4 in particular, that staff would suggest are not needed. And it has to do with a lot of specifics. I can go over those if you would like to, but things like realigning Everett Keith Road. There's a process to do that, but you do not need a modification of the zoning ordinance to do that, okay? So that is a request that they have asked for. It has been reviewed or is allowable. And if you adopt the plan with the site plan attached, you would be adopting that alignment. But again, you do not need a specific modification to it. So again, I'm happy to go over all of those in detail if you would like. I will jump to the 10th bullet, and that is clarification required of how the remnant parcels are to be handled. And just want to point out that is right here. So a unique feature of this particular request is the properties involved are outlined in the red. And that was the entire black striped box that you saw earlier on the zoning map. The blue represents the area that they actually are looking to rezone. So there are a handful of remnant bits of land there to the south that they do not propose to rezone, and they would leave as TR. But some of the questions that we have and that we're continuing to work with the applicants is what's going to be there? How will it be utilized? Specifically, because even further south from that property, there are existing homes and homeowners who are going to continue to stay there. And so what will they be experiencing there on that border? So we have had a meeting since the staff report went out with the applicant. They understand the issue, and we are continuing to have dialogue about that. But I would dare say tonight, that's an unresolved issue here at the hearing. Going back to the list, the 80-foot buffer along Everett Keith Road near the cul-de-sac is not complete and should be extended upon the full frontage of the development. The landscape buffer that is along here, you can see where the yellow highlight is, where it dips down toward the road where the cul-de-sac is, moves away from the building. And that buffer along the thoroughfare is to remain, or the recommendation and the ordinance requirement is that it stay at that width. So the applicants do understand that, and I think they're looking into that further. So we're continuing our dialogue with them on that. The next item is there is a nature trail that's shown within the stream buffer, and it kind of crisscrosses within that buffer. And I feel safe in saying that I don't think that was the intention. I think the applicants will pull that out of that, but that was something that if they were going to do specifically or on purpose, we were going to need to see a lot more detail about how that would be facilitated. But we don't believe that'll be the case in the next version of the plan. Along Everett Keith Road, as that is a thoroughfare, there should be 10-foot side paths per what DOT would like to see for bicycle and pedestrian accommodation. And I believe the applicants are amenable to that. But again, they'll be here in just a moment to discuss that. There are several notes on the note sheet that we are continuing to discuss. They have to do with how variations of the plan may occur, how much this approval would lock them into certain things. And so it's all fairly straightforward, but there's some language that we need to continue to work through. Tree save and tree mitigation, there was very little, if any, in their particular plan. Admittedly, if they were to get the zone that they're requesting, it does not have a great amount of tree save. However, there are some opportunities to do some tree save, particularly within the external buffers as well as perhaps in the middle. And so we are continuing to talk with the applicants about those opportunities. So those would be above and beyond what the ordinance would require. They have a willingness to serve letter, but it has some age on it, and so that needs to be updated. Staff does not believe that they will not get that, but we need to see that. So we hope to have that by the time you see this again. Obviously, the catch-all of the outstanding red line comments would be an expectation that we would go forward. And then last two are recommendations, and one of them is about urban open space. Now, they are compliant in that they are offering urban open space. You can see the red square up there at the very top. That is a 2,000 square foot plaza, and that meets the minimum definition. But our recommendation is based on the fact that it really does not provide a lot of proximity to all of the facility. Those two large buildings, 750,000 square feet, I dare say that the opposite end of those buildings is going to be hard pressed to go utilize that. So we've recommended that perhaps there are some other opportunities throughout the site that they could add something else. And there is a lot of latitude in our urban open space requirements, so they are looking to satisfy that recommendation. The last item is a recommendation that among the improvements to the transportation elements, I'm trying to find an image that would best show this. You can see here the dash lines in this area where the cul-de-sac would be extended down to Eastfield Road. That is a transportation enhancement that would represent a disbursement of the traffic that this project would generate in a different direction other than just to Hambright or to the rear of Walmart. And it would get you down to Eastfield and more specifically down to 485. We would recommend that that be explored, and the applicants they understand what we're requesting and they are looking into it. So they may have an update on that tonight, I don't know, but staff continues to talk about that. So if you have any questions about that, again, Stephen Trotter, Director of Engineering, is here. We are not necessarily able to say that equals this, if you follow what I'm saying there, because the TIA has been done in a very specific way with the connections that are given. If that were to be facilitated, it would certainly, you would need to adjust the TIA. So that's understood as well. So that concludes the formal presentation. Again, I'm happy to go over any of the items that I sort of went over quickly, not intending to skip anything, but they are elaborated in the staff report. Are there any questions of any board members of the presentation or the request?
Before we do that, I do want to make sure that we acknowledge that the planning board members who are here this evening, because it is a joint public hearing. Mr. Gammon?
Yes, Frank Gammon, Vice Chair, Planning Board.
Any other planning board members that are here, either in the chamber or potentially out in the lobby? Not at this time. All right, so we will open it up. Well, let me ask this board, would you like, before you ask questions of staff, would you like to hear from the petitioner? Or would you like to go ahead and ask questions based off of what you heard up to this point? And I will get to that. After the petitioner, so we do have two people who have also signed up to speak. And we will do that as well, so we will do them in order. The next folks will be the petitioner themselves, the applicant. So if you wouldn't mind coming on up and let the board hear from you.
Thank you. Got it.
And if you'll please state your name and addresses for the record, please.
Oops. Yep. Sure. Bill Somerville, 1513 Myers Park Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, with Foundry Commercial. And I'll let Mark, my wingman here, do him here in a second. I would like the record to show that we do have a traffic study, if that was relevant to the other discussions this evening. Okay, hopefully things go better than that. Thank you for having us tonight. The word developer has a negative connotation, as we all know. At Foundry, we are born and raised, or at least Mark and I are born and raised Charlotteans. You'll see we have worked successfully with your planning staff on the adjacent development here, Brighton Commerce Center. This was a two-phase development. It's also 750,000 square feet. It's 6 buildings as opposed to 2 buildings. One thing critical to, I think, Huntersville and the land use plan, and particularly what we do, is we try and relieve some of the pressures of residential development. We try and generate non-residential tax revenue. We try and create jobs by offering headquarters locations for companies like a Subaru, which is a good example of phase 1. And this is the recently delivered phase 2. These are high quality, expensive, but the kind of product that employers and headquarters locations like to call home. So we have worked successfully with the planning staff, Brian and David. We know all of the, I'm sure you were somewhat overwhelmed. If this is the first time you've seen it, and David flew through those pages and the 9 or 15 different exceptions, we will get through all that. We've done it before successfully. We wouldn't be back doing it again if we didn't think we could get there this time. This is going to stay high level. We don't want to dive into that, but the intent is to try and give you a roadmap to how you can accommodate our request without breaching the governing documents and processes that you have in place. Unique to, I'm going to go back 1 second. As I mentioned here earlier, these are all what we call shallow bay or light industrial. In this case, we couldn't build anything any larger than 150,000 feet. The other buildings are between 100 and 125,000 feet. We received more than 10 requests for space greater than 150,000 feet from large, well-known Fortune 500 type companies that would like to have been here at Brighton. They like the interstate access 77 and 485 and everything that Huntersville has to offer, and we weren't able to accommodate them. So we began looking at this land next door across Everett Keith when we started on phase 1, as well as that was going, and knew that if there was an opportunity down the road, given the success, we would try and accommodate some of those large users and keep them from posting up in a Mooresville or a Cornelius, a Charlotte, et cetera. So we think we're good partners. We will continue to work through the details with your staff and get there. Let's see here. So we talk about the exceptions to the 2040 land use plan, how this is currently zone transition residential and is not under those guidelines. There is a path under the land use plan, and that is, as David mentioned, the expansion of the employment center. Subset of that is the Eastfield Road Small Area Plan, which is, as you can see in the blue, calls for the possibility of mixed use, which would include the commercial that we've proposed. Additional detail within that small area plan shows a mix of how those, some of those uses could be accommodated. What I'd point out here is that as you can see, Hambright Road extended, which is the bright red line just to the south of the big green. That's currently zoned, the land south of the Hambright and north of our parcel is currently zoned transitional residential. But again, under the small area plan, still falls in and calls for the possibility of commercial. Where I'm going is that the larger accommodation, if you will, the larger request, if you will, is going to be looking for flexibility on the buffers, potentially the setbacks, and trying to give you a pathway to be able to expand the employment center past the current Everett Keith boundary further east. As you can see here, the yellow line is an existing Duke Energy right-of-way. These are the large transmission towers. They run from south of Eastfield all the way up on the east side of the property, and then they cut across diagonally to the north over past Hambright. What we didn't do a good job highlighting is everything east of the yellow line is owned by Duke Energy. You can see the substation parallel to the south. What's not highlighted in the green, the tract to the east or the right of the yellow line, northeast corner of the plan is also Duke Energy. So they own and intend, my understanding is, intend to expand that substation with additional capacity to accommodate Huntersville growth. So this provides a nice buffer, a good, bright, hard, definitive line separating potential expansion of the employment center to the neighboring Dogwood Estates, which we think is, if you've been out there, it's quiet and peaceful, and homeowners that don't want traffic running through there. And we think that it's a good hard line. It's a path to expand the employment center without running the risk of creeping further. So between the combination, so under the land use plan, specifically under the employment center section, there is language about incentive and flexibility in making accommodations, i.e. buffer reductions and setback reductions and things like that, in order to generate higher quality product, allow the developer to bring something like this. So this is an example here of the current plan. We have not had a chance to get with staff and modify that. we will be able to come up with something other than a wholesale ask of reducing from 80 feet to 40 feet. There's a couple of different ideas out there. What we're looking for is general accommodation to work with us on selective reductions to be able to deliver the site plan that we have spent a fair amount of time and energy trying to engineer. This is not particularly germane, this corner here, as is a roundabout, and we've got some building frontage, and that will look, that corner there will be very similar to the photos and the brick and the glass that we showed you from Brighton before, the headquarters type appearance. But we talk about tree save. One thing David didn't mention is that the site is largely vacant right now. It's been farmland. We've looked for critical trees that we could save, and we'll do that where possible. And we will mitigate as best we can. We will provide enhanced buffers. These are the buffers along Brighton where we were able to ask for a reduced buffer. It was granted, and then enhanced landscaping and shrubbery. That's good. Shrubbery and foliage was the intent. So you can see, so phase one is on the left. That's probably 2 years old. The picture on the right was just planted in the last 90 days or so, so it will probably die because we don't have any water for it. But we would always be willing to address this, amend the composition of the foliage to something that's more dense, more rapidly growing, whatever is required. And with that, I think I'm going to let Mark fill in for everything I may have missed. Yep, I'll go back to that.
Thanks, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mark Holloman. I live at 864 Linda Lane in Charlotte, North Carolina. Good evening. Good evening. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Yes, sir.
So if you could go back a couple slides, just the overview of the entire project. That's good enough. Go back. Yeah, that's good enough for there. The parking in the center here, is that for tractor trailers? So the.
Correct.
My question is, large companies looking for 750,000 feet or anything like that tend to run a 24/7 operation in light manufacturing or manufacturing. Is that kind of where you're going for here? And did the TIA that you performed plan for a full 24/7 operation?
We brought our traffic consultant. He is here, and he's going to get to answer that question for you. Joey? Yeah. Can you state your name for the record?
Well, welcome to the talk, the conversation.
Joey Racer, Kimberly Horn. I live at 149 Thomas Knapp Parkway in Fort Mill. But yeah, so generally when you do these TIAs, it's based on AM, PM, peak traffic. So a 24/7 operation, I don't think was done at this time.
Okay. If I could just add again, this is Mark. We are a 24/7 operation would be very atypical for a development of this size and scale. For an urban infill development such as this, the play here is to, for a tenant, a job-using customer for us, is to capitalize on all of the things that Huntersville has to offer. And so in that case, that is terrific connectivity and an unbelievable labor force, a very, very strong labor force. It would not be typical for there to be 24/7 operation on a site like this. That would be seen generally different locations where heavy manufacturing was allowed.
Well, I mean, I'll just tell you from experience, and I run manufacturing companies, and
yeah, can
you can
happen.
do light industrial 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, 6 days a week.
Can do,
it's
yes, sir.
possible. So
Yes, sir.
it's and I know currently the company I work for at a different location, we are looking for a facility.
I know
that's
a
like
guy.
this. I know a guy too.
Yeah.
But you're in the wrong state. But I think it's important, and I'll kick this into my next segue here. My segue here is this, the other property, if you cut it off or you want to keep it transitional residential, TR?
To the south?
Yeah, to the south. Would it make sense to make that part of, put it all in one package, but keep that to where it's not developed, so it has that buffer for any of the residential that's left out there. So if someone does come in, and I hope they do, I hope someone comes in and says, hey, we need all the building for 5 days a week, 24 hours a day, it's great. But it keeps the noise down, just that buffer would help.
We can, yeah.
That's something we hadn't considered. The one clarifying point, the 750,000 feet, obviously it's broken into 2 buildings, right? So it's unlikely that you would have someone that came in and take them both.
True.
If that's the case, then, yeah, it probably would be someone that has that kind of intensity, which is really not what this is suited for. Our expectation is this is probably 1 or 2 tenants. There's a large sector of tenants out there that are between 150 and 200,000 feet, 150 and 300,000 feet right now, looking for a home, close to 485, access to the interstate, good labor force, right? We do have an Amazon that has a full building across the street in Brighton Commerce Center. We did a traffic study there. Of course, those improvements were done with the whole Brighton TIF with AAC, right? So the infrastructure that is intended to support that, which is marginally built out compared to the overall master plan, more than handles what's already there. And to some degree, this will benefit from that lack of completion over there, right? The undeveloped land that remains on that otherwise over-improved infrastructure. The reason we haven't specifically called out and been able to answer David and Brian's questions about the property to the south is that we are obligated as the developer and for DOT and CRTPO to complete the Everett Keith realignment, the new thoroughfare. We don't own the property south that between the edge of what we're going to buy and Eastfield Road, or we would absolutely build it, right? Because what this is essentially a commercial going to be a commercial thoroughfare. Jeez.
Okay.
Not really. Connecting Hambright to Independence Hill. So it becomes a major diversion, if you will, of truck traffic from the existing 21 interchange to come up Independence Hill, work its way into Brighton, and then up off to Hambright back to 77.
But we don't own it.
So we don't own it.
Can you go back to the overlay where it shows? Dave, you might be able to help with that. Yep, keep going.
That's not the first time.
It's all right. Keep going.
That one?
Yeah, so it's where your red line is, and I think it was marked out on another slide, but these lots that you are purchasing.
I'll find it. Hang on.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm at David's.
There we go.
That one?
Yeah, so, yeah, that's the area I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you making that a part of the road or anything like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get to finish. Shocking. So if we had control and were able to finish that road, then that would create a commercial corridor, right? So the idea, I know that the Doves and the Max property owners are the 2 large tracts at the bottom right corner. They have had conversations and are expecting, because we're going to extend the sewer, right? So we're not going to Rocky River, we're going to Mallard Creek. So we have private sewer easements that come down, connecting our property into Eastfield Road and then via manhole over to Mallard Creek. So they're excited about granting those sewer easements because it immediately activates their property, their ability to monetize that, if you will, right? So they believe that with the the Everett Keith extension being completed, that now becomes commercial property, fitting in with the small area plan, right? The possibility of whatever. So
The southernmost parcels.
yeah, so our thought was that we leave those unrezoned as is, and then make those available to whoever comes in and does the assemblage of everything on the south side of the new Everett Keith thoroughfare.
I see.
Yeah.
That said, we're open to leaving them like they are and designating them as we'd be more than willing to discuss that if that's a potential solution.
Commissioner Phillips?
And just for like a point of reference for the rest of the board, Dixon Farm Road is in the ETJ technically, but that land has all been sold to Hendrick and it's now commercial. So just keep that in mind because that's not on here because of ETJ.
Yep. And Commissioner Kovacs?
So I'm looking at Polaris. So to the west is all already basically what this is going to be, right? Light industrial.
Which we developed.
And then to those, basically all the big parcels to the east are Duke Energy?
Correct.
Okay, so no matter what, Duke is separating this from the residential on the other side of Duke?
That's correct, and we were not involved in the creation or the adoption of the small area plan, although we have been operating under the assumption that that is why the small area plan called for the Duke Energy easement as the barrier area, and thus why a use such as light industrial might be appropriate in this particular case.
Any other questions, Commissioner Munger? I meant Commissioner Kovacs, because Commissioner Munger has a question next. Sorry.
And I have plenty of questions. Actually, no, do we know, or staff, has anybody come to y'all? It's not on our developments, but do we know if anybody's interested in above this project? Any?
Property immediately to the north?
Yeah.
There is not anyone actively. There have been some folks in the past. It is one large tract where Hambright tees into. It is, again, it's topographically, it's pretty challenging, so that may be why. But anyway, to answer your question, no.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Munger.
Good evening, gentlemen. I only have 8 questions tonight, so consider yourself lucky.
Four answers.
Excellent. The first one actually might be staff. If you could go back to the one with the red with the blue. That one. If I'm looking at the blue line, and that's where what they're looking to rezone and where they're going to build, I see it cross the red line. Does it actually cross the red line? Because in my head, that means we're trying to rezone something that they don't own.
Does it cross?
You see that where that blue is and it crosses the red line at that one corner?
Yes. So there is a land swap that is involved in this. And,
Okay.
Bill would be best to explain that.
If you'll, I'll direct you to the bottom left corner where the parcels are highlighted in blue.
Okay, yeah.
So we are under contract to acquire everything in red. We are rezoning everything within blue. And then the swap levels out those 2 corners that poke in there. So believe me, my civil engineer and surveyor over here, they have it all tied up that we're.
Yeah, I was looking at this, it looked like we're rezoning something you don't own, and that was problematic for me.
Development capability exceeds our graphics.
Excellent. All right. All good, I can appreciate that. Some of the other ones have kind of been covered by staff, and I just want some clarification. Nature Trail appears to be located within a stream buffer. Will this be constructed in an appropriate manner?
It will not, the nature trail will not fall within or cross the stream buffer.
Perfect,
That is
thank you.
correct.
The 80-foot landscape buffer along Everett Keith Road nearest the cul-de-sac is not consistent across the frontage of the property and must be revised. Has this been rectified?
It has not, and we would ask for your consideration of that point. We will continue to work with staff on that issue. I'd like to go to it. Is it forward, David?
It would be backward.
I think it's in mine.
Keep going back.
Is this the area in question, sir?
No, it's at the cul-de-sac. I can get to it.
Oh, you want the 80 to 40? We will continue to work with staff on this item. The construction and inclusion of the cul-de-sacs, while important and necessary for flow and circulation, certainly have created some challenges. And so we will continue to work along that yellow line to see what can be done to either expand the buffer or make the buffer more palatable to staff.
Okay. Thank you. Staff does not support the reduction in buffer from 80 feet to 40 foot on the northern boundary. Is this something you're willing to modify?
So that's the global ask, right? Is that under you got to, I don't know what you got to do. whether it's through expansion of employment center or some other form of variance, in the next week or two, I guess you guys come back on the 25th, so pretty quickly, we're going to come up with some modification. We won't be able to be 80 feet all the way on all three sides. So the ask is that you be prepared for whatever we come up with through these guys the next time we come around. It's not going to be exactly what they want. It's going to be as close as we can get with as many concessions and attempts and Hail Marys as possible. And that's why we're here.
Okay, one of the things I think that staff is trying to point out with going to the 80-foot buffer is it can considerably impact that property value of the person who owns that property. They're looking to be able to have a fair boundary between whatever they're trying to develop there and your facility. So I think that's why staff is asking for the 80-foot, but just keep that in mind.
Will do. Appreciate the feedback.
Sure. We'll be providing a 10-foot side path along Everett Keith Road, along your frontage.
So these are all the small things that we're still working through.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we're paying attention, so. And, do you foresee any problems in complying with the recommendations stemming from TIA, including land acquisition? If any?
No. So specifically, Stephen and the town of Huntersville signed off on the scoping agreement, right? We studied the intersections and interchanges, and we ran the traffic counts, and have agreed to the improvements recommended, and that's included in our budget, right? There's the catch-all of other developments that we don't control, that we're not responsible for on the other side of 77, and if those don't get built, then we've got to do those. That's a bit of a problem. Right? So if that happened and we were nearing completion and those things had not come out of the ground, we would rerun the traffic study and go from there.
Okay.
Yes, we're including and on board with what's recommended for our project. It's everybody else we're staying up at night a little bit for.
Gotcha, understand. Are you actively seeking a willingness to serve letter from Charlotte Water, and where are you in that process?
Yeah. So this project has been, you guys have probably seen it, turned it down as high-density residential years ago, right? The homeowners many of the sellers are out here and have signed up to speak here in a minute. So when we were approached about our interest level, obviously we knew of the sewer issue because of Brighton. So immediately approached Charlotte Water, said, hey, if we go the other way down to Mallard Creek, they said, yeah, we're all over it. It gave us the willingness to serve letter. Since then, we designed plans and had surveys and all that kind of stuff done. We've not updated the letter. I don't anticipate that being, we're in regular dialogue with them. We just haven't requested it, so that is not anticipated to be an issue.
Okay. And, sorry, my last question is, as we talk about the Everett Keith Road and the extension, are you willing to do anything to assist with the completion of Everett Keith Road down to Eastfield? And I realize a lot of that's out of your hands in terms of land acquisition, but in any way possible.
I appreciate the question. We are willing to have the conversation with staff. We've indicated that on a phone call on Friday at a couple hour or so call on Friday morning. We are willing to have that conversation. That is a very significant ask. That is an incredible burden to the project. And the risk, in my opinion, having been a developer in Charlotte for nearly 23 years, is that if we do that and it delays our process, there will be a detrimental impact to the people that are here in the room, and we don't want to do that. And I think you're going to hear from our sellers here in the room. We're very, very focused on moving forward. To the extent that we can accommodate some extension in some reasonable manner that is not detrimental to the development nor the timeline, 100% yes, we're willing to have that conversation. And we indicated that to staff on Friday.
Okay. And there are a multitude of options, and Attorney Sleep, you can tell me if I've overstepped my boundaries at any point, but it's possible financial assistance towards the actual building of the road and without burdening you with actually going through the process of building it, land acquisition and so forth, could be an option.
That's how you make a developer smile. Thank you.
Mr. Munger, if I could just, one quick clarification. on the buffer to the north. Just wanted to make sure that it was understood by the board. That was not a recommendation. That is an ordinance element.
Correct. Understood. And we'd like to stick as close to that ordinance as possible. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Partee?
I've been remiss because I usually go before my Commissioner Munger over here because he tends to cover a lot of the issues that I want to talk about. But, Mr. Pete, on the staff recommendation, item number 12, and Commissioner Munger brought up clarifying if the nature trail shown in the stream buffer will be constructed to accommodate the stream, be relocated outside the buffer. Is this part of our Greenway plan? Is it what there? It is not.
This is just an amenity for the site, which we have no issue with. It's a great add, but we do need to make sure that they're following permitting procedures for.
Do we have a Greenway going through that area, up Eastville Road
It is
into
the
Skybrook?
southern end of Brighton Commerce Center Drive. It goes along the railroad track.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It does not intersect this property.
Board members, do you have any other questions? Commissioner Boone?
Yes, ma'am, I've got 2 questions and a statement, and I'm going to start with the man from the TIA first. Could you tell me the time of year that the TIA was done? Was school in session?
Yeah, counts for May.
Can you, yeah,
Yes. Yeah, counts were done this year before school was out.
okay, thank you very much. And it seems like flex space is a big key word here. About 3 or 4 years ago now, we've got plenty of flex space, but it seems like they're at the height, people are wanting more height in their buildings for flex space. Can you tell me the height of these buildings?
Just want to make sure I heard the question. The height of all of the 2 buildings that we intend to construct? 36 to 40 foot clear height
Okay.
inside. Finished height, slab to lowest rackable, stackable height.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
And the only thing, my final comment is the projects that you've done so far on Everett Keith, I think they're excellent. They really, really look good. Good job.
So I do have a couple of questions, and I believe this would be for Mr. Pete. Mr. Pete, when you started your presentation, you talked about the 2 items that did not meet the 2040 community plan. Can we go back and talk about the 5 that did? I believe I counted 5. Because one of those that said that it did not support was protecting existing housing stock. How many houses currently sit on that 59 acres?
The ones that are going to be, that would be transformed into the site?
The homes that currently exist, when we're talking existing housing stock?
That, I don't know the acreage there. You're mentioning the 59.
Well, I said 59 because it says the project size is 63.91 acres, only 59.66 acres to be rezoned.
Right. The homes that are the existing stock to be protected,
Yep.
would be everything south of the red line. So there is no acreage number that we tallied up. I could get that for you.
Please, I'd like to see that number. But then going back to the 5 that did meet the ordinance, can we go over those very briefly? The first one was LU 5.
Yes, so that's talking about focusing more intense developments and locations that can support that growth. Obviously, you have Brighton immediately to the west. You know, you're aware of the $30 million of infrastructure that the TIF financing package did back in the day. So there's been a lot of investment in the road network and realigning the railroad, and all that is there. So if you see this as an extension of that, then, you know, this is in the core. If you go back to the 2030 community plan, that terminology that's been carried over, this is not far-flung on the east or the west. This is absolutely, if you're going to do something intense, this is in that. So that's what that reference is.
And based off of this, because it sits between Duke and its substation and the property that they own and existing Brighton, this is why we're saying it supports.
Well, it's the broader sense of everything that's there.
Okay.
The Duke Energy land is a rationale in our recommendation that you wouldn't want to go beyond that. That is substantial, and it represents a transition, represents a buffer. And so if you want to reconsider something different to the west of that, but this particular one is really dealing with the infrastructure that currently exists.
Okay.
The next policy, OU7, is required new development to follow design principles that reinforce the vision of the town, and then you can see the additional bullets there. And what that's getting to is that, a very simple item that I would lead with is our policy that's been longstanding is you either build to address the streets or you hide behind buffers. And they have elected to do the latter, and so that's why our comment is, well, now you need to kind of finish that equation, if you will. But the design principles that are outlined in the ordinance and in the 2040 plan, they are following them to the extent that 750,000 square feet of 2 large buildings is able to do. But that would be one of those primary examples. The third element is EV1, and that's support balanced economy through job growth and target industry sectors. I think Commissioner Kidwell sort of alluded to that. If you deem that we need more of this particular use, this could be an opportunity to expand an employment center. The 2040 plan is supportive of identifying those sectors and providing for them where they're appropriate.
Well, and from, as a representative on the Lake Norman EDC board, our main focus has been advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and IT. So this does fit in the wellhouse in which we've been working for quite some time.
The fourth item is T3, improve connectivity throughout the study area. Again, they are not only enhancing and sort of rebuilding Everett Keith Road, but they're looking to extend it, whether it goes on to Eastfield or not. And then there are other, as you saw on the diagram, intersection improvements, and so they are certainly facilitating that. The connectivity to the north and to the east, again, that's an item that we are still discussing with the applicants. There are stubs, if you will, streets in the Forest Lake area estates that there's something that we want to finish the analysis of that. And then the property to the north, which is definitely sizable and could be redeveloped, but you have to take into consideration what could that be, what is it zoned for, et cetera. So we're feeling through that. And then the last item here, T5, is facilitate multimodal. And that's simply recognizing that they are looking to do the 10-foot side path to provide bicycle and pedestrian as well as the road improvements.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
It does. Thank you. Mr. Gammon, I would be remiss if I didn't turn it over to you for any questions from the planning board perspective. Okay. Well, unless there are any other questions from this board, I would like to call up the two folks who have signed up to speak. The first one is Patty Jenkins. Whew. I'm getting tongue-tied too. It must be contagious. As you come, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
And on the 3 minutes, the other lady that was supposed to speak.
Barbara Keith?
Yeah, she told me to take.
Oh, okay. Is Ms. Keith still here?
Yes.
And you have given your 3 minutes, correct? Yes. All right, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
First of all, this definitely is outside of my comfort zone, but there again, this, has been something that my whole family has pulled together, and we have been together through this whole process, even the ones that are choosing not to move, the ones that are staying. And if I could say something right quick, this definitely is, to me, the best case scenario for those that are there because of the population of, like, if it was housing, that would be on top of them. And, we've got them across the street, never any problems. So anyhow, my name is Patty Jenkins. Patty Keith Jenkins, and I really appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to come tonight and speak to you. First of all, I'm representing family and neighbors on Everett Keith Road, and would, that are in support, all of us are in support of rezoning the 59.66 acres. And if y'all would just raise your hand right quick, and there's a lot in the back and this is mostly family, but the ones that are not family, have become family over the years. I have personally been on the property for 70 years, sorry. But it's been in my family proper, the property has been family-owned since the 1900s. My grandmother and all of her siblings, that used to be Russell Road, owned both sides of the road and out to the demolition dump. So, and then my dad kept his and several of his other siblings of the 100 acres that my grandmother owned. In 2007, Family and Neighbors listed this property for the first time. So we have been, due to economy or whatever, we have been trying to get this property sold. We as a family decided that the community was growing in leaps and bounds, and we wanted country. And, so that was our purpose, is, to get out where it's more residential or rural area. Our latest contract was signed in 2020 with Integrity Development Group, and then Foundry is, who we're dealing with as far as the development. The property has been delayed several times due to 1.5 units per acre allowance, sewage capacity, and possibly this 80-foot buffer requiring different permit that could take up to 6 months, possibly up to a year, is my understanding, if you guys don't offer some leniency on this 40-foot as opposed to the 80. And actually, the original plan that we're asking that you would adopt with the 40-foot buffer and the rezoning is, if this was permitted, then we would be able to close in 2023. The end of 2023 is our understanding. Without that, then it's going to be pushed out even longer. Since 2020, property owners have lost money due to increase in cost of housing, increase in interest rates, possibly property tax increase in cost of insurance coverage due to the increase in property values. In the past 3 years, we have lost 4 of our immediate family, and the latest one has been within the past 3 weeks, 50 years old. So with this being said, my family and the neighbors and I really feel like that time is of essence, and that, this has made it very much more evident to us that, and especially I'm the youngest of the 7 that is still living. My younger brother died at age 56. And so, we need to move on with our life, and that's mainly the plea that we're coming before you. We support Foundry 100%. They've done nothing but work with us in the development across from us, the warehouses and so forth. They have been nothing but courteous. If there were any complaints as far as, people starting to park there or whatever, they have come right to our aid, and that's before we were signed up with them, because I think it's the original 3 was developed way before we got involved with them. We got involved with them, I think it was 2021, if I'm not mistaken. This is my thoughts. Tonight, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being able to share this short version of our journey in trying to sell our property. And we would ask that you would work with Foundry Commercial by allowing a variance in the 80-foot buffer and with any other issues that could cause the rezoning any additional delay, because this has been going on for a very long time and very intense, and has caused some health problems. And the 3 of us that have been pulling the group together and working with the developers and so forth. Is that all of my time? Yes, ma'am. I have 2 other letters, so can I read them for anybody? Or
Yes, you can give them to the town clerk, and she can get copies of those for us. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. To the board members, are there any other questions that you have at this time for staff or the applicant? All right, well, seeing none, then we will go ahead and close that public hearing. And we will now move to our next public hearing. This is petition TA 23-01, and this is Tree Streets. Lauren Spite, good evening, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. I will turn this presentation over to you. Actually, if you'll give us just a moment, if you are choosing to leave at this time after this public hearing, you're more than welcome. We'll take a pause and let you shimmy right on out the back door there, and then we'll get back to business. And if you'll please move quickly and quietly, we would greatly appreciate it. And for those sitting in the lobby, if you would like, once everyone's made their way out, if you would like to come into the chamber, you are more than welcome to do so. And now we have some folks filtering in. If you'll please come in and find a seat. All right, Ms. Fate, we'll turn it back over to you
Thank you.
as we kick off this public hearing.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I would like to enter the staff report into the record for TA 23-01, the street tree text amendment. So I'll be reviewing the sections of the staff report, and Mr. Trott also has some slides to share as well regarding this proposed amendment. Just want to provide a little background and context for this text amendment. So before 1996, under county standards, developments such as...
Mr. Julian, you're leaning on the switch. Yes, it is mood lighting. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So before 1996, under county development standards, neighborhoods such as Northstone were constructed with a grass strip and sidewalk on one side of the street only. With the adoption of the 1996 ordinance, developments required street trees and a planting strip with sidewalk on both sides of the street, as is shown for Monteith Park. In 2003, a very large text amendment included a section that increased the planting strip from a minimum of 5 feet to 7 feet to better support healthy tree growth. And what you see, I believe it's an example of Bellington, if I'm not mistaken, for the current example. So planning staff see that street trees provide many benefits to property owners and to the broader community. Street trees can also present some challenges. As street trees in Monteith Park and other developments mature, the town engineering and public works departments observe damage caused by the street trees. Per the directive of the Board of Commissioners, this proposed text amendment seeks to prevent damage with future developments by providing options for developers to provide an environment that is conducive to healthy tree growth and better insulates infrastructure, like sidewalks, from the tree growth as well. Staff submitted the text amendment earlier this year, and it has gone to the HOAB several times. Staff adopted all except one of the changes included in the HOAB recommendation, which I'll go over next. We just like to stress the submitted text amendment is for future development, and we are working on other options to resolve challenges with existing developments. So I'm not going to read all the language of the sections of the ordinance, just going to go over the summary and some context. So after staff were directed to propose the text amendment regarding street trees, we conducted an extensive amount of research of regulations of comparable communities, best practices for the preservation of canopy and street tree planting. So we analyzed the developments with reported impacts in the town of Huntersville, and we found overwhelmingly that either an inappropriate species was planted near sidewalks or trees were improperly located in the planting strip. And so what we mean by an improper species is that you have something like a pin oak that's located in a 5-foot planting strip. It's just not going to be sufficient for a tree of that magnitude. And then when we're talking about trees that are improperly located, so we're saying that perhaps a tree is located too closely or within a sight distance triangle or close to storm drains, and that's not going to be safe or conducive to the sidewalk conditions or for tree growth. So Section 1 of the proposed text amendment aims to reduce the conflict of inappropriate species being located within the planting strip by revising the minimum planting strip widths. So previously, the planting strip width minimum was 7 feet. This proposed section will amend this such that only small maturing trees will be permitted in a 7-foot wide planting strip. And then large maturing trees would need to be in a minimum 9-foot wide planting strip. The section that was not, the additional section of this text amendment includes an alternative to planting strips with street trees. So we've included an option for there to be a green zone that does not include a street tree. And in lieu of a street tree planted in a planting strip, the development would provide an additional front yard tree for qualifying lots and subdivisions. Section 2 of this proposed text amendment includes a couple of changes. One is rather minor. So previously, the yard tree requirement section title was new trees, and there was a recommendation from the HOAB that be first, that the term be actually defined in the ordinance and that it be specified. So we've included the term required yard trees, and the definition is provided in Section 4 of this text amendment. And then additionally, one thing that we've seen overwhelmingly is that we don't see a lot of large lot subdivisions proposed. We see a lot of circumstances where the build-to range is rather shallow. So you have approximately 25-foot build-to range or setback. And so this section of the text amendment proposes that small maturing trees may be permitted as a front yard tree in lieu of a large maturing tree. So that's it for this section. And Section 3 are proposed amendments to Article 5.5 of the zoning ordinance, and this is the first change in subsection 1 is to be consistent with the proposed changes in Article 7. And then the second change was also a recommendation from the HOAB. So currently, the ordinance allows for street tree spacing to be field adjusted for driveways or utilities, and this also further indicates that the street tree spacing may be field adjusted to comply with the Town of Huntersville Engineering Standards and Procedures Manual. So just to kind of further indicate, the position can be altered to accommodate infrastructure. So if there are storm drains or there are conditions that are not completely captured in the plan review or are altered in construction, that the location of the tree can be moved. As mentioned, Section 4 includes a definition for required yard trees that was added to Article 7. Additional information is included in the staff report, and the proposed text amendment is consistent with the policies EOS 4.1 and 4.3 of the 2040 Community Plan, as preservation of the existing canopy and requiring street trees were identified as priorities of that plan. And that is all that I have for now. I believe Mr. Trott has a few slides as well.
Good evening. What I'd like to do is I have a few slides, and Kevin's here as well, just to talk about some of the things that Engineering Public Works sees, and I'll say mainly Public Works sees as maintenance issues come up throughout the town. As the trees continue to grow and mature, there seems to be an increased need for maintenance of the sidewalk and stormwater system that the town maintains based on that tree growth. As Lauren mentioned, the history, there was no street trees, then there was a 5-foot planting strip with a street tree, then a 7-foot, and then now another change. To me, it's showing that there's more room needed for the trees if you're going to have them between the sidewalk and the street. What Engineering Public Works would like to see is going back the other way, not to have a street tree between the sidewalk and the curb and gutter, but instead to have that behind the sidewalk. The current maintenance cost, or the yearly maintenance cost, and if you have questions on that, Kevin can dive into it, but town's spending around $500,000 a year on sidewalk maintenance. A lot of that we're seeing is because of street trees causing some issues. So again, what Engineering Public Works would recommend, and this was considered by the HOAB, was to have a smaller planting strip, have a narrower right-of-way, have more developable area, and have those trees be in the folks' yards. Some of those items, when you do place trees behind the sidewalk, we're anticipating that those costs will be less to maintain the stormwater and sidewalk system. Again, you'll have more area for development, less right-of-way. We also think it'll be easier for the property owners to understand they have to maintain those. Say the trees right now, they're in the planting strips, they're in the public right-of-way. That's the property owner's responsibility. That's not the town's responsibility to maintain those. Those street trees, if they're not limbed up or maintained properly, they can cause some challenges for street resurfacing. Those trees have to be limbed up so the equipment can get under them when street resurfacing happens. Utility providers also run into conflicts. As those trees grow and mature, if they have to get in there to do work and the lines are in that planting strip, they'll have a difficult time. They may have to remove trees to be able to service water, natural gas, telecommunications, power. These are all the folks that are in that same area where the street trees are. As Lauren mentioned, there's other conflicts as well. Sight distance, visibility of street lights and signs. These are all things that come up on a regular basis. If you drive through neighborhoods where the trees have matured, you see these things. And I have a few other slides just showing you some visual examples. Another issue along thoroughfares is as the trees grow, they need to be pruned to get it, keep away from the utility lines that are there. That's a recurring issue. So just a couple examples of street signs and sight distance. So in these pictures, can you see the stop sign or signs? Can you see the street name signs? They're there. If you can't see them, do you know to stop? Is that creating a safety issue? As Laura mentioned, we've tried to be cognizant of that in new subdivisions to try to remove trees around intersections. That works well on plans, but you also have to look at those when the builders and developers go to put those in many years later. That's another challenge to work through. Street lights. This is an example. It's fine now. When the tree matures, gets some age to it, there'll be less light. So town could be paying for a light. There may not be much light available. It may be maybe a good light for the tree, but may not provide a lot of light, as that tree matures. And then in this case, poor location for the tree since it's really close to the stormwater infrastructure. Just a lot of things at conflict right here in this location. as was alluded earlier, there are some subdivisions in town that have, no street trees. This is an example here. You still get the shade on the tree, shade on the street as the trees mature. At initial planting, no, there's not going to be shade. But as those trees mature, you do get some shade on the street. You also get great visibility of vehicles and pedestrians. You're going out to get your mail or trying to cross the street. There's no street trees there right next to it. You have much better visibility. You're able to see the cars coming down the street because there's not trees right there. We're thinking about what's the future going to look like. What could streets look like that have mature street trees behind the sidewalks? This is just one example. This is actually from Charlotte. But it shows, as those trees mature, you're going to get a canopy and you're going to get some coverage, but hopefully a reduced cost to maintain the sidewalk and stormwater infrastructure. For example, along thoroughfares, same kind of thing. If you plant small trees under the utility lines, they look good to start. They can create some challenges. If they're behind the sidewalk, maybe less. Still probably some challenges with limbs or things that can fall on the utility lines. Small trees, yes, they may look good, but they can still present some of the same challenges that large trees do in the planting strip. Same kind of example. Do you see the stop sign that's in the picture? Probably not. It's still blocked by the trees because those things are occupying the same visual sight line as you drive down the street. Just another quick example of a street light. Can you pick out? I don't know if I can draw on there, but you can see the street light in the example on the left. That's during the winter. During the summer, probably not much light gets out of the tree. It's a good tree light, but not a good street light. If you want to see some examples in town, you don't have to go very far. There's several subdivisions in town. Northstone, Hampton Crossing are two that don't have the street trees in the planting strip. There's more. There's the Hamptons, Winfield, Melbourne is another neighborhood. So there's several in town if you want to go out and take a look and compare different neighborhoods and what they look like or feel like. There's several in town. And what Engineering Public Works would like to throw out there is to not have a street tree. Be happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Lauren can do the same, or if anybody else wants. Let's come up.
Okay. Commissioner Kidwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, just a comment. I couldn't agree more. Moving the trees back away from the sidewalks, it's becoming a burden, I know, for Public Works. I live in Carrington Ridge. You guys have been in our neighborhood probably half a dozen times in the past year, and you're still working on a lot of those sidewalks. I think what's the rule of thumb? If it's 2 inches, you got to take it down, or 1 inch. Definitely like the aspect of putting this off the street, putting it in the front yard. I know that I've had issues with our street trees at both of my houses that I've lived in Huntersville, with species type not being the right fit, being a weak tree, blows over in the wind, or just dies, and it doesn't do any good. So I'm glad you guys are on top of this.
Commissioner Phillips.
I was going to point out, you guys didn't use like the best example ever right now. When you go down Bud Henderson from Gilead, heading this way, with the new light and those trees, you can't see the light for anything. And so many people, and Kidwell comes this way, the amount of people that are last minute hitting their brakes, I don't know if we've had people get in accidents yet, but it's like the inevitable. And the last time, since, the trees have started up, and I was on my way from my job to here, and I saw that, I was like, street trees, I get it now. So, yeah, it's safety concerns beyond just maintenance and money concerns.
Commissioner Munger.
I just want to say, when we discussed this on HOAB, this was several sessions. This was a long, elaborate, and I will say, in the end, I don't know what exactly the right answer is. If you move the sidewalk too close to the street, it makes people frightened to walk along the street. So you have to give them a little bit of gap. Do you put the tree in between the street and the sidewalk? That obviously causes issues. Do you shift the sidewalk all the way back up? Do you move the trees all back up? So it was a whole lot of discussions. If I could ask you, because there's still one question that is unclear to me. If you could go back on your slides, there's a slide at the top, it says, where is the stop sign? That one. This is the question I have that still I can't figure out. You're talking about the trees in the front yard. What about the corner lots? Where does that tree go?
Great question.
So, because if you put it on the other side of the sidewalk, you're kind of imposing on the homeowner's ability to put in that fence. So, just that's the only unsolved mystery to me. If we just think about that and maybe make it flexible so that they can put in their fence and put the tree in afterwards. These are just kind of my random spitballing thoughts on it, but this is the only one that doesn't make sense to me yet.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, so, go ahead.
Let me jump. First, let me say we're shocked to hear Engineering Public Works are now saying we don't want the street trees because, frankly, from the HOAB to the Planning Board, we had this compromise, which was 7-foot planting strip, a small tree, which today could be a large tree, then 9 foot or more can go to a large tree. But bear in mind that that would be the appropriate trees. So even if you have 9 feet or 7 feet, it's still got to be the appropriate tree. So staff prepared a list of what are the appropriate street trees. And then at the HOAB and Planning Board, the Engineering and Public Works Department did ask for a third alternative, which would be the 5-foot sidewalk and then the tree into the yard. One of the problems that you have with the yard is most of the setbacks are in the 20, maybe 25-foot setback. You already have a required yard tree in there. If you start to move 2 or 3 more trees in there, it really jams it up. So it doesn't quite work space-wise. So that's how I would answer the presentation that was given to you. Gives you several alternatives to pick and choose from. But we would not recommend no street trees.
Definitely not. So ultimately tonight, you're just looking for a recommendation of, do we go with
It's a public hearing.
I know, I'm sorry.
So we're listening and learning tonight. Commissioner Partee.
Thank you. This question is for either Mr. Trott or Mr. Fox. When reporting obstructed traffic control signals and signage, what is the procedure? And I ask that because when my wife and I worked uniform patrol, it was the responsibility of the police officer in that sector to send a report into command that there's a stop sign obstructed, there's a stop light obstructed, and then Public Works would go out in our sector and clear that particular intersection or that particular corner. So what's the procedure now?
So it happens multiple different ways. Citizens can call in and report it. We try to canvass the area, but obviously we can't be in all places at all times. So the Public Works and Engineering try to canvass the area to spot it. We get reports from police officers. We get reports from the fire department. We anytime anybody sees it, we get the call, and then the Public Works responds and takes the necessary action.
Yes.
I just want to add to that as well. So the planning staff also receive feedback from neighborhoods, usually HOA representatives, about obstructing trees in their neighborhood and things like that. And we will go out and walk the entire neighborhood with residents. And most recently, we sent a map back to engineering staff where we marked every tree that was problematic in that neighborhood and figured out which ones were improperly planted and which ones could be removed that were posing like a danger to for safety. They were in front of a stop sign or something like that. So there's also that option.
Ms. Spate, who then, once you've done that, who then removes those trees or replants those? Is that the HOA's responsibility?
So for the neighborhood that I walked, the HOA did that. They worked with their residents to remove the trees that they were allowed to remove.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kovacs?
Do we require, I guess this is for staff, do we require root guards to be put in when trees are planted?
They're not required, but they can be allowed. So one of the things with this proposed text amendment, this is more like forward-looking. For the existing issues that people have, that is something else that we're working on. So people, like situations what you're talking about, if someone has a tree that's causing a challenge now, they're saying, hey, like this species is not working, the roots are spreading everywhere, we want to put in something to restrict that growth, they can do something like that.
Well, can't you plant a root guard with a new tree so that way it encourages? So have we talked about requiring that when trees are planted? So they,
About that, yes.
is that not recommended or?
So we're in the process of working with an arborist on a contract to get recommendations for proper tree planting. So that's one of the things that we're working on to resolve the existing issues with trees that are planted and for future tree guidelines.
So if that works out, then if we require root guards, then it could also help with this street tree situation in the future. Okay. That made me lose my second question. Thank you.
Ms. Spate, have we compiled an appropriate list of trees that we would like to see utilized in the spaces here, whether it's the plantings or in the yards?
Yes, so we have, and that list is going to be reviewed by a professional arborist to certify that we've identified things that are most appropriate. But so far, they've agreed with what we've picked. So that's good.
Well, that's good to hear. I will say this, for all of us who have chosen to make Huntersville our home, I think that's one of the things that we've all loved, which has been just the tree canopy that we have. And I know that, even with all the growth that we've experienced since the 90s, we haven't lost as much tree canopy. I think I heard 5% with all the development we've had. We've been very purposeful with tree plantings, et cetera, within yards and along the streetscapes. And I think that's what makes Huntersville just such a beautiful place. So I, for one, if we can find some compromise and some balance to this, I think that it adds value to our properties, et cetera. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Mr. Gammon. Got to hear from a planning board.
No, you're going to hear from this. This is good. I had to listen to this for 2 months from Jack and Brian. Frank Gammon, Vice Chair, Planning Board. Jack, I think Jack gave a good summary at the end. One thing you noticed with this that we looked at was there are yard trees required now. And they were right about, if you take a look at the developments today, the front yards are 20, 25 feet. You don't have that big distance anymore when you're talking about an area like this. So the HOB was opposed to increasing the number of yard trees. That's why we came up with the modifications for the smaller trees, 7 to 9 feet. But I'll discuss all this when it comes to the planning board. But I will want to answer one question. I have a solution for the lights. Don't plant the tree next to it.
Thank you very much. You remembered your question. Okay. Commissioner Kovacs.
I had to get my brain off of root guards. So from what you guys were saying, if you were to take street trees and move them after the sidewalk, onto the lawn, would that then put the responsibility on the homeowner?
So the responsibility is on the homeowner either way right now. Street trees in the right-of-way or yard trees, that's all the responsibility of either the property owner or if it's written in their CCR, so the HOA today. So,
but we go out and trim them if they're obstructing things?
Yes, if you have to, yes. And first we'll ask the property owner if they can, but if not, or I believe for street resurfacing, I don't know if you want to share what's done for that.
Yeah, for street resurfacing, we generally have to, I mean, asphalt comes in dump trucks and with the trees overhanging, the dump trucks can't raise. So generally in front of resurfacing, we'll go out and do some pruning obviously for safety issues, sign blockage, things like that. Public Works will go do the pruning, which would be the case if the tree were in the yard and overhanging the street. We still would have to do that. But to Mr. Trott's point, the trees are already the responsibility of the property owner.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Phillips?
Could you guys work on getting us maybe how many staff hours you have going into having to go out and clean up other people's trees? Or you got that up your pocket?
No, I don't have it broken into that detail, but I can try to research that.
Even like when you get called out just to go check it out, like, I mean, that's time. Time is money. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, by far the largest expense we have is sidewalk remediation, which is, $500,000 to $800,000 every year. But as far as man hours to track that type of pruning and stuff like that, I would have to gather that information for you.
Could you do that, please? Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Anything else? Ms. Spade? You got it.
One thing to also keep in mind is that the tree plantings in the planting strip and in the yard are used to mediate the removal of the trees when new developments go in. So if we're considering not having trees in a planting strip and we also cannot add the trees to the yard, we may want to consider what happens with the canopy save, because you won't have those trees replanted. So just something to keep in mind.
Thank you. All right, unless there is anything else, we will go ahead and close that public hearing. We are now moving to item 9C, and this is a public hearing for Mount Holly Huntersville Road. And Ms. Mastro Francesco? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Roberts. I'm here to present on the public hearing. Oh, it's just moving for me. Yep. I'm here to present on the petition to abandon a portion of Mount Holly Huntersville. All right, so we'll start with where is this land area. So if you look on the left, you'll see Interstate 77, Statesville, US 21, and Gilead at the top. So going south, we're literally just southeast of where we are right now in that circle. On the right side, you'll see the zoomed in map. So from Old Statesville going north and South Main going north and south, between there is approximately 500 linear feet. That portion of Mount Holly Huntersville is actually maintained by the town and has been for before all of us here. A portion of that is what the petitioner is asking to abandon. So my next slide, I think, really, this is where we're going to stay for a while. I think it really explains things better. So in March of 2021, the town of Huntersville let the contract for the Main Street project. So the intersection of Old Statesville and Mount Holly Huntersville turned into our southern roundabout. So the leg of Mount Holly's Huntersville actually moved and shifted to the north. So the area you see outlined in red is 0.148 acres, and that portion is what is being requested to be abandoned. It would be abandoned half to the north parcel in blue and half to the south parcel in green. This area is no longer needed for the town to keep as public right-of-way. Just to let you know, the applicant also owns both of those abutting parcels. So the North Carolina General Statute, Section 160A-299, states the procedure for permanently closing a street or alley. So per that code and the town's abandonment policy, the town placed an advertisement in the newspaper for the last 4 consecutive weeks announcing this meeting tonight. Copies of the notice for the public hearing were sent to the adjacent and surrounding HOAs or businesses We did a radius of 2,000 feet from, we'll call this the epicenter, this area. And finally, we posted 2 physical signs at each of those 2 parcels. So 4 physical signs were posted at the limits of this right-of-way. I reached out to Huntersville Fire and Police Chiefs, and they both had no objections to the town abandoning this part of right-of-way. The planning staff prepared a staff report, which I'd like to submit for the record. Their review of this abandonment, they agreed and had no issues about it. They also did not receive any inquiries during this last 4 weeks. In the engineering department, we did receive 2 inquiries about this abandonment. One wanted to make sure it wasn't their part of Mount Holly, Huntersville. And the other one was asking if this parcel piece would be for sale. My last slide just shows the actual survey map. And so it's a total of 6,500 square feet of right-of-way that's going to be abandoned to the parcel owner to the north and the south. So that's all I have to present, and I welcome any questions for anyone.
We'll open it up for questions. Commissioner Munger.
Can't go by without asking a question on anything, but, so according to the statute that you referred to, 168-299, there is no, North Carolina General Assembly has precluded us from being able to sell property like this or put it out for bid to anyone. It has to go to the adjacent landowners, which in this case, because the landowner owns both sides, it goes to that person specific.
Correct. It was 2 separate landowners. Half would go to each landowner.
Okay. And this, Emily, you feel free to jump in anytime. One of the subsections of that Part F, city may reserve a right, title, and interest in any improvements or easements within a street closed pursuant to this section. An easement under this subsection shall include utility, drainage, pedestrian, landscaping, conservation, or other easements considered by the city to be in the public interest. The reservation of an easement under the subsection shall be stated in order of closing. Reservation also extends to utility improvements or easements owned by private utilities which at the time of the street closing have a utility agreement or franchise with the city. Is that, any of those fall into this property?
In speaking with staff, there are no interests that we need to reserve at this time and no improvements in the portion that's being abandoned.
Okay. I just find it ironic. I mean, and this, again, this is North Carolina General Assembly basically taking away the rights of a municipality to be able to conduct proper business. If we need to put in a sidewalk along a street of an existing neighborhood, we have to go to those homeowners individually and say, can we buy that property from you to be able to put that sidewalk in? But as we shift a street back to the public, we have absolutely no right to sell that property for any value. My rant. That's it. Thanks.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, well, seeing.
So would it be okay if I put in the next 5 weeks, so August the 21st is the meeting I was thinking, that you think that the board would come with a decision on whether we can abandon or not?
So since this was the public hearing, it will be on a future agenda for the board to vote on.
So would that date be all right? Or do you want me to come back sooner? I was thinking of coming back in 4 weeks.
Oh, in 4 weeks?
2 meetings.
Mr. Roberts, I.
As soon as we can.
Yes,
I
that's
mean, we have
what
no
I would
need for the
say.
problem.
The next meeting should be fine if staff is prepared to do so.
Yep. I'm sure the applicant would be happy.
Whatever meets the statute, I'd say bring it back
Yes.
ASAP.
Exactly.
Yep, I'll try to make it on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you so
you.
very much. We will go ahead and close that public hearing. We have a lot of public hearings this evening. We have 2 more. This next one is the public hearing for the transportation bond order. And this is the public hearing to receive public comments on bond order authorizing the issuance of $50 million general obligation transportation bonds. Ms. McGinnis, look at this.
Yes.
How are you this evening?
Fine.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
We didn't have anyone sign up.
Fantastic.
So I will turn it over to you, and I'm sure the board may have questions.
I really just have conduct the public hearing on the $50 million for transportation bonds.
And this 50 million is what will go on to the ballot in November.
November, correct.
For the voters to vote on.
Yes.
So just to be clear, we're not just willy-nilly spending $50 million of your money. We are coming to ask you first to spend it on transportation, on road
Right.
projects. All right, board members, do you have any questions at this time? Commissioner Kidwell.
Thank you. Those projects will be stated or identified?
Not specifically on the referendum. It won't be like,
In the,
In the educational?
in the educational, we could, but not on the referendum. It won't be specific by project.
Okay. Any other questions? All I would like to say is thank you and your staff for all of the hard work in putting together this order. I know it's been, every time we have a bond package, it's a lot of work. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So without any questions, I will go ahead and close this public hearing.
Okay.
And we will move on to the last public hearing of the evening. And this is the public hearing for the Parks and Recreation bond order. And this is to authorize $8 million in general obligation Parks and Rec bonds that will go on the ballot in November as well. And is there anything else you'd like to add? All right, any other questions? Okay, so with that, then we will go ahead and close that public hearing. Again, just thank you and staff for all of that work. Now we will move into other business. You're still here with us.
Still
You're
here.
here. Item 10A. This is to adopt Parks and Recreation bond order. And this is to adopt that $8 million without change introduced at the June 20th, 2023 board meeting. Is there a motion on the floor? Commissioner Boone?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a bond order authorizing the issuance of $8 million in general obligations park and rec bonds.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Kovacs. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And any opposed? Motion carries 5-1. We'll move to item 10B. And item 10B is to adopt the $50 million transportation bond order without change introduced at the June 20th board meeting. Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a bond order authorizing the issuance of $50 million in general obligation transportation bonds.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kidwell. Any discussion? Commissioner Munger?
Yeah, I probably should have said this during public comments. The $50 million we're putting towards the public roads and so forth is, we have, I think, over $120 million worth of road projects that we could actually do. I would have wanted a little bit more, but $50 million was the compromise that this board came together with, and I was part of that compromise, and I'm happy to have been part of that. We hear you. The roads need improvements. The reason we probably didn't do more is if you do too much at one time, you can't actually get enough people to do it, and all of a sudden the entire town's under construction. So I am in support of this and just wanted to publicly state that.
Thank you, Commissioner Munger. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, all those in favor and those opposed? That motion carries. We'll now move to item 10C, and this is the bond resolution for transportation general obligation bonds and Parks and Recreation general obligation bonds. Is there a motion?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a bond resolution directing the bond referenda and required notices.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kidwell. Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion carries. We now move to item 10D. This is petition R23-05, Laguna Bay Beach Club. Oh. Good evening, Mr. Pete.
Good evening. We understand that the applicant has made some changes to the plan, and if they'd like to try to answer any questions or, any questions you have. We have no presentation. The plan has not been submitted yet.
Okay. Commissioner Boone, did you have a question? You do not.
Mayor, I do have a motion.
Okay.
Motion to defer the final action of petition R23-05 for 60 days because the proposed amendment to the petition are substantial changes not resulting in an intensification of the petition. This will go back to square one with the advertising, the planning board, and go through the plan as we've set forth in the plan in the town.
Commissioner Boone, as a point of clarification, 60 days would not be long enough to call a new public hearing, have the new public hearing go back to the planning board, and then set for final action.
I'm not,
Brian, for the publication requirements.
Sure. As you might recall, earlier this year, we had the same process for Birkdale Village. If it's the board's desire, we could send this back to the planning board on August 22nd, and then look for town board motion on September 18th. That would accommodate the required 30-day delay.
But that, it wouldn't have a public hearing?
It would not be a public hearing.
I personally think that this project has changed so much. I think we need to have the public input into the public hearing. So I'm going to amend my motion to the dates that you recommend. But it won't have a public hearing? That we will have a public hearing.
With his dates?
No, he's saying he's going to remove the 60-day.
Right. And I think that it should go back to the public hearing, have the public have their input into it, but I haven't worked those dates out. Do you have those dates?
You're referring to, I have not seen these dates yet, so.
Mayor, will 90 days give enough time to get the public hearing and all in? Just trying to get a date so that.
My recommendation would be not to attach a specific date to it, rather in the motion, direct staff to call for a new public hearing, that a new public hearing be advertised as required per statute, be held, that the new plans go back to the planning board, and then afterwards it come back to the town board for a recommendation.
All righty, well then I would like to remove my original motion and make a motion to defer the final action of petition R23-05 for 90 days because the proposed amendments to the petitions are substantial changes not resulting in intensification of the petition.
Again, I don't think that that was what the town attorney suggested was 90 days. She was saying remove the dates, let staff facilitate the process, and just lay out the process. If you want it to be advertised, to go back to the public hearing and planning board.
I'm going to go on the recommendation of the town attorney. Now, is the problem the 90 days?
Yes, Commissioner Boone.
Okay.
We do need to have sufficient time in order to not only call for the public hearing on one of the town board agendas, we also need to publish the required notices that need to go out, and there's a very specific time period for doing so. And then we'd have to also get it back on an agenda for a public hearing on a planning board agenda, and then another town board agenda after that. for final
And I will
action.
remove the 90 days out of my original motion.
There is a motion to advertise, call the public hearing,
Yes, ma'am.
and follow the process. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Munger. There is a second. Any discussion, Commissioner Kidwell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Boone, would you be willing to amend your motion of motions to ask the town manager to work with the EDC to provide this board with an economic analysis of the project?
Sure, I could amend my motion.
And with the seconds being willing to.
I will support that.
Okay. There is a motion and there is a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. This will go back to the advertising stage, and we will go from there. All right, we will now move to item 10E. This is petition TA 23-03. This is minor subdivisions limits. Sure, we can let's take a 5-minute break, and we will come back to item 10E.
I like that call, that was good.
Thank you. I have a question on this, and maybe what was our minor subdivision?
Thank you. I'll enter my staff report into the record. So staff is proposing to limit minor subdivisions to 5 lots or less to help increase the quality of subdivisions throughout the town. Farmhouse clusters would still be considered a minor subdivision. We are also proposing that any new residential minor subdivision within the rural and transitional residential zoning districts have a 10 feet required buffer. Within the buffer, we would require any of the existing trees and shrubs to remain, though we would not require any additional new trees or shrubs. The HOAB met on April 6th, 2023, and recommended approval with a vote of 7-1. The Planning Board met on June 27th with a recommended approval with a vote of 8-0. And if you guys have any questions. No, it does not. And it would not change the density requirements that are still there within R and TR at least. There are open space requirements that dictate how much. Yep, it's just limits. If you want to go to 6, it requires a major subdivision. 10 feet is just a number that we felt comfortable recommending, given that we are limiting minor subdivisions to 5 lots. That's just what we felt comfortable with. Yeah. There is no current buffer requirement. Correct. Correct. Yep.
Considering the proposed amendment TA 23-03, the town board recommends approval based on the amendment being consistent with policies LU 7.1, LU 9.1, LU 11.1, EOS 1.1, EOS 6.1, T 4.1, and T 4.3 of the Huntersville 2040 Plan. It is reasonable and in the public interest to amend the zoning ordinance because it will result in higher quality development that is safe for the community.
Commissioner Barty, with your motion, you said LU 9.1, it's actually, could you amend that to LU 9.2 as stated in the record? Looks like it's misprinted in the agenda.
I was going to say what's on the screen says 9.1 and.
It's in the, here it says 9.2, yeah.
Okay.
I take that back.
Okay.
I will second.
Thank you, Commissioner.
His motion.
Parker. There is a motion and there is a second. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Kidwell.
Yes, appreciate the motion. Thanks for the clarification on that. When I think about these kind of going into, let's say it goes into a neighborhood that has 20-foot buffers or 40-foot buffers, how does that look? Should we be looking at doing a minimum of 15 feet or 20 feet, or putting it there that each one should be reviewed to blend in with the existing surrounding neighborhoods? Does that make sense to anybody, what I'm saying? Because I can confuse anybody.
Can I ask a clarification question? Are you saying like if existing developments adjacent to the 5-lot property that we're specifically calling out have a pre-existing 20-foot buffer, it should be kept in parallel, similar to those?
Consistent.
Consistent?
Yeah, consistency. Yeah. Yes.
So just for a point of clarification, on any administrative approval, we can't insert any subjectivity. So we would need a quantifiable number
So you can't, so if,
Say something, for example, keep in harmony with the surrounding area, because that's subjective versus
Right.
objective, so we would need a numerical buffer.
so there is a motion, and there's a second. Is there any additional conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? That motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Farber, for that. We'll now move to item 10F, and this is petition TA 23-04. This is for solar energy facilities. Mr. Farber.
Thank you again. I'll enter my staff report into the record. And staff proposes here to adjust Article 9.4.2 in order to simplify the language by removing the residential section that is currently there. All the previously used general requirements would still apply, which include the SUP requirement. On April 6th, the HOAB recommended approval with a vote of 8-0, with a recommendation to remove reference to 160D 914 within the non-residential portion of the minor solar facilities ordinance. And we have also been asked to change the word slopes to surfaces, which we have done as well. The planning board met on June 27th and recommended approval with a vote of 8-0. And if you guys have any questions, I can answer those for you.
All right. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Munger.
In considering the proposed amendment, TA 23-04, the town board recommends approval based on the amendment being consistent with policies EOS 9.1 of the Huntersville 2040 Community Plan. It is reasonable and in the public interest to amend the zoning ordinance because it will encourage the use of solar and clarify language regarding the use, of residential solar panels.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Now, any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries 6-0. We will now move to item 10J. Ms. McGinnis? Did I say, wait a minute, did I just jump? I did. I so apologize. I don't know how I did that. Huh. All right, 10G. It's still Ms. McGinnis. Or Mr. Roberts, or Ms. Huffman.
Do we want to clarify?
This is the Ada Jenkins fiscal year '24 budget amendment.
I know. Do we want to clarify on this particular one? A couple of people might need to recuse, and also just to get an understanding of the amount of votes necessary to pass these various motions.
Sure.
I think Patty is handling these items, so she should be stepping up.
Check, see if she's in.
In the meantime, can
She
we?
may went to take a nap, I don't know,
Well,
but I can handle them either way, so.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Loop to answer some clarifying questions around these next handful of items that we'll be addressing.
Okay, so as you all may recall, there was a change in the statutes, in particular, Section 14-234.3, and that would prohibit any town board member that is affiliated with a nonprofit per the statute's definition of affiliation to need to recuse themselves when making or administering a contract. And so there's also language in there about money, award of money in the form of a grant, loan, or other appropriation. This would be an appropriation, even though we are handling it outside of the budgetary process. So I believe there are a couple board members that are affiliated per the statutory definition with this particular nonprofit. I believe, if not mistaken, Commissioners Munger and Phillips are on that board. And also, in terms of the question of how many votes are required, typically, if it's going to be a budget amendment, it does have to be at least 4. You have to take into consideration, though, the recusal, so you all would be recusing yourself, meaning that the 4 remaining would have to vote yes.
So, and we'll take them one at a time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, is there a motion to recuse Commissioners Phillips and Munger?
Motion to recuse Commissioner Phillips and Commissioner Munger because they are on a board that we are about to vote on.
All right, there is a motion by Commissioner Kidwell and a second by Commissioner Boone. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, please leave the dais and actually leave the chamber room. And we will call you back when this work is complete. All right, now that they have left, I will turn it over to you.
Basically, Ada Jenkins has requested $55,000 for their appropriation. So you can vote on 55,000, or you can change it to another number.
Correct.
That's how these are all kind of going to go.
Right, so
Sorry, I misstated what he was asking me earlier. It's taking into consideration the recusals, so it's a majority of those not recused, if that makes sense.
So a majority of those sitting here at the dais currently.
Correct, and I'm sorry for that confusion.
All right. So, Commissioner Roberts.
I would just say all of these are set up so that whatever amount you recommend, hopefully in your motion, would be what the budget amendment is.
So let's look at, so in fiscal year 2022, we gave them 20,000. The request this year is 40, wait, I'm sorry. Fiscal year 23, what were, last year, how about that? They requested 45, we gave them 35. This year, they're requesting 55,000. Any discussion around the work? I know we've had a presentation already by Ada Jenkins. When they came, if you recall, all of the external agencies came and gave a presentation on why they were asking for these funding dollars. Anyone like to start? Commissioner Kovacs.
So I'm just going to say it now since this is the first of them. I've kind of said before that I think that in the future we need to do a more structured process, something possibly with a leveling system, so that way we don't have such different extremes of amounts that people are asking for. Last year, we did fund a lot of what was requested of us, and it was stated so many times, over and over and over, that we were funding so much because we had extra funding that came into the town, and we wanted to be able to help the nonprofits in our area get back on their feet because they were helping our residents. And I 1,000,000% support that. But this year, now we're getting even higher requests, and I naively thought that we kind of made it clear that last year the really large amounts were because we got extra funding, but now the amounts keep going up. So I do want to support our nonprofits, but I think that for next year, and we would have to start the process now, we need to figure out some form of leveling system and rubric so we don't have such differentiating amounts for all these various groups.
Commissioner Kovacs, I actually agree with you. I almost feel like it would be helpful for us to have some benchmarks too for those dollars so that we know exactly what they're utilizing the dollars for within our community instead of it just kind of going into a pot. I would like to know.
I think we do have our application process, and I'm actually trying to just pulled up our agenda that has the previous applications because I would have liked to be able to see them again since we just had this, we had this back in April. But I think some form of rubric that talks about where the majority of people are served, if they're from Huntersville, how many people they serve, if it's, I'm making this up because no one has done this, but if they serve 20 people and they're asking for $50,000, is that appropriate? Or is it the people that are serving in a larger capacity that need the larger amount? Some kind of rubric so we can figure out what a good explained so they know what to ask for, and so that way we know kind of a structured way to approve them.
So is there a dollar amount that you're considering at this point for Ada Jenkins?
$30,000.
Right. Just write these down. Is there any further conversation around that, Commissioner Kidwell?
So I'll be the bad guy here. I firmly believe that we have these great agencies within the town of Huntersville. And if you, as an individual taxpayer, want to go out and donate your time and money to them, you should. My family does. We do it on our own. We don't post it on Facebook. We don't make a big deal of it. We don't put it out there. We just do it. I do not believe it is the town's responsibility to give taxpayer monies to charities. And the reason I say this is last time I looked, I think there's like 1,200 charities or more in the state of North Carolina. There's tons around here. What happens when a charity starts asking for money that not everybody agrees with? Oh, that's not a good charity. It's not a good 501c3. We can't give it to them. Yeah, we start picking and choosing, and we can't pick and choose. You guys remember last budget season, not this previous 23, but our first year on here. I tried to recuse 2 commissioners for being on boards and voting on line items that were in this budget. And now we've taken it out because they shouldn't have voted on it in the first place. Now here we are, learn from our mistakes or whatever it is. I'll say it again, it is not our responsibility as a town to start taking the taxpayers' dollars, the revenue, and say, okay, you get it, you get it, you get it, you don't. You get it, you get it, you get it. Let the taxpayers, on their own accord, support these charities. And like I said, my family does. We support different ones at different times of the year. That's how we view it, or I view it. And I would encourage the rest of the board to do so. And I'm only going to say it once, so I don't have to repeat it for every charity. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to these individuals, these external agencies asking for funding, all of these agencies provide a service that we could provide ourselves as a community, correct, Ms. Loop?
Yes, so the league is actually not part of the contracted process for services. However, the remaining nonprofits are nonprofits that we actually have sign a contract and make sure that they are providing the services that they told us they would in their presentations. And they all are a public purpose.
So I think that's an important caveat to note. Commissioner Partee.
Thank you, Mayor. Last year, when we sat down and negotiated our monetary contribution to nonprofits, I spoke about my service in the police department in areas where poverty, people that need, do not have safety nets. Ada Jenkins provides a safety net. It provides a service. I believe that it is our responsibility as elected officials to ensure that our constituents, be that it may, whatever economic status that they are in, have the means to provide a service for our community. I had put down that I would like to give Ada Jenkins an increase up to $40,000 because of the service that they provide. Angels and Sparrows, Bags of Hope, Caterpillar Ministries, Hope House. And that's just my opinion. Because when my wife and I work the streets, we see it firsthand. We don't go into the streets, we don't go into a lot of these communities that are suffering. And with inflation now, with the rollback of income, people, regardless of what ethnicity they are, what socioeconomic status they are, there's a need for a safety net. And I would like to provide that safety net.
So I'm just making sure I write this down correctly. You said 40,000. And Commissioner Boone? 30,000. All right. We have two numbers.
And I can clarify, because I do agree with Commissioner Partee on why it's important to support. But when I was looking at the Ada Jenkins, it says last fiscal year, 30% of the people that were served were from the town of Huntersville. And they spent $64,635, and 33% of that is $21,000. So I was trying to provide a safety net by overestimating above the $21,000, because we're only a third of what is being served, but it looks like with the request, we would be funding close to 90%.
I think Commissioner Kovacs makes a good point, but I don't look at numbers when it comes to help, when it comes to starvation, when it comes for a need. Numbers don't matter to me of who we serve, because it's upon us to serve any community that comes in for help, that comes through that door. I'm not going to ask them, where you from? So I can see where the direction that Commissioner Kovacs is going, but that's just my opinion. I don't look at ethnicity. I don't look at where you're from. I just think that there's a need to serve those that are in need. Thank you.
Is there a motion on the floor at this point?
Hey. I just realized Munger's not here, the motion man. I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $30,000 to the Ada Jenkins Center.
Is there a second? There is a motion and a second for $30,000 for Ada Jenkins. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor for the motion of $30,000 for Ada Jenkins?
This is going to be weird.
And those opposed? Then I will break the tie for Ada Jenkins, $30,000. We will now move on to item.
Can we bring them back?
Yes, we do need to bring them back. Is there a motion?
Motion to bring back Commissioners Munger and Phillips.
Second? All right, thank you, Commissioner Boone. All those in favor? All right, it is unanimous. Let's bring them back in the room. Give them a moment. Thank you both. We're now moving on to Angels and Sparrows. Before we dive into this one, is there anyone associated with Angels and Sparrows? No one's on the board. Okay, great. Now we'll move to Angels and Sparrows. They have requested $50,000. And let's look back at last year. We gave them $35,000 in last year's budget. Is there any discussion around a dollar amount to provide for Angels and Sparrows? Commissioner Munger.
I don't know if it's appropriate, but it feels like since the vote's already taken place, so I can get context for where we came from previously. Can I get that number for
Yes.
Ada Jenkins?
We are giving them $30,000.
30,000, thank you. I will propose the number 40,000 as a starting point, we'll say.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Partee?
I had 40,000 as my number also for Angels and Sparrows.
Okay. Commissioner Kidwell? Yes. Commissioner Kovacs? Come to you last. Commissioner Boone?
I look at Angels and Sparrows as that one nonprofit that's right here in town, and I live pretty close to there. There's a line of cars out there and people waiting to get in there, so I'm going to support the $40,000 for Angels and Sparrows.
Okay. Commissioner Phillips?
40.
Okay. Commissioner Kovacs? 40. All right. Is there a motion on the floor, Commissioner Munger?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $40,000, which will be granted to Angels and Sparrows for services provided to Huntersville residents.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Any additional discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. 40,000 to Angels and Sparrows for services provided to our residents. We are now moving to Arts and Science Council. Arts and Science Council is requesting 15,000.
Madam Mayor, I would like to recuse from this one because the nonprofit I work with is a partner of theirs.
All right. Commissioner Phillips is asking to be recused.
Motion to recuse Commissioner Phillips.
Second.
Okay, and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Munger. Any discussion around that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, Commissioner Phillips, you may be excused. Please leave the chamber, and we will now go into discussion. They did request $15,000. We have not funded Arts and Science Council for quite some time. Is there any discussion around a potential funding in the future? Commissioner Munger.
I'll be chatty Cathy. So Arts and Sciences Council does a number of different projects throughout Huntersville, regardless of whether or not we fund them. But it's any money you put into Arts and Sciences Council, you get back on one of these specific projects that they're working on. And being on the board of the Public Arts Commission, I see a lot of this stuff. The tunnel that's going to be developed under I-77, they're providing a significant donation towards this and helping out in a variety of ways for arts. So 15,000 might be a little bit high, but I'm going to throw out 10,000 as a very reasonable number that I can almost guarantee we will get back.
Can I ask a point of clarification in regards to that tunnel? Is it not that Arts and Science Council is giving the county the grant funding for
They
that?
are, but it's still in town of Huntersville. Yep.
Correct.
No, it's a fair point.
I will just say that one of the reasons we have not funded them for quite some time is that we were giving them money only to get it back. It was kind of like putting, those dollars from the right hand to the left and then handing it right back to yourself. And there was some logic behind not funding them in the past. If there's a reason for that to have changed, then certainly we should be reevaluating that. Commissioner Partee?
Arts and Science, I had written down just to fund them fully, $15,000.
Commissioner Kidwell?
Yes, point of clarification for Commissioner Munger that I need to know. You said Arts and Science Council donated to the tunnel under 21, correct?
77.
77, okay, thank you. 77, it's weird because I strictly remember way back when on the toll road discussion, that was part of the toll road being built, that they were going to build that tunnel.
The art inside, the lighting.
Need the art.
The art inside a tunnel.
Correct.
Okay,
The
just
lighting.
making sure we're talking about the art inside a tunnel.
Commissioner Kovacs?
It's lights.
It's light, yes.
Did we choose the art inside of said tunnel? Sorry, did we choose the light art inside said tunnel?
No, we did not. Now, I will say that they were asked input, but we did not get to choose. No, it is a county project. It's a county project. Commissioner Boone? Okay. Commissioner Kovacs? We have 5, 10, and 15. And 0. Okay. All right. So we have 2 that are saying 0, and then we have 3 that are 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. I think that if we're going to give Arts and Science Council some funding, then there should be some purpose behind it. I'd like to hear a little bit more, or is there a motion? We'll entertain a motion.
I can do both.
Okay?
So one of the other things that I can mention is that on your consent agenda, you passed a number of items that were going to be installed for the Sculptour. That is something else that Arts and Science Council is helping with on that.
With what?
The Sculptour.
Sculptour.
Yes, it's on your consent agenda. In an effort to kind of move things along and acknowledge that we haven't donated in a long time to Arts and Science Council and just kind of put it back on the map, I'm amenable to making a motion of 5,000. So I will do that. 5.
So there's a motion for 5,000. Is there a second?
Apparently, that's the whole motion.
There is a second for Commissioner Boone. Any additional discussion? Okay. Motion to appropriate $5,000 to the Arts and Science Council. All those in favor? And those opposed? All right. So that motion fails. Where are we going with Arts and Science Council? Commissioner Munger, thank you for taking a stab at it. I appreciate that, for certain.
I will say, Commissioner Munger, I bounce back and forth with this, and part of me feels like I don't know enough about it, I guess, because Commissioner Partee and we haven't been a part of funding them, with this being our first term, and we didn't do it last year, but the reason I said 0 is because I echo the same sentiment as Mayor Bales. I do understand they're helping us, and I'm very thankful for that, but it feels like we're paying to get help to get our money back, if that makes sense, not in any bad way or anything like that. And I guess in my mind, I think they're funded by outside places, not the people that are benefiting from it, because then we would just pay for our own installations. Am I on the wrong?
Well, if I go back in history and, kind of rewind about 8 years or so, and one of the things when we stopped funding arts and science, the concept was that we would just take that money that we were giving them then and just shift it over to Parks and Rec and fund projects like Sculptours. I'm not sure that actually has occurred.
Well, and I understand that our staff is amazing about asking for grants and funding from places, which we beg them to do, and they're amazing at doing that, which is how we are getting the funds. And then in turn, I think you're correct, we're not funding them because they are getting grants, so we still ended up in the same strange roundabout.
Right.
Yes, that's where I'm at.
So is there a motion? Is there a motion to not fund Arts and Science Council?
Can we continue discussion in general? I'm trying to find kind of the happy medium. It was kind of pointed out, the Public Arts Commission is not funded by this board, and that's kind of by design. And so one of the things that we try to do is go through the process of grants and working with various businesses throughout the region. And one of the places that does provide us grants is obviously the Arts and Science Council. And this is one of our main avenues to be able to bring arts and bring that type of, those type of things to Huntersville. And, it's definitely an uphill battle. And art's very important to me, and it's a good reflection of our community. And putting forth the right step by giving money to Arts and Science Council, in my opinion, advertises to artists throughout the region that we are the type of town that does support artists, and we look forward to bringing more and more quality art to our community. I'm at a struggle for the number. I'm I'm trying to find that middle ground. I really am. And in my head, maybe 7,500. I don't know if Commissioner Boone, if you would go that direction. I don't know, Commissioner Partee, if you would come down to that number. I'm amenable. I'm trying simply to put forth the correct step and give us the right footing to say, we support the arts and we want to take a step in the right direction towards that.
And Commissioner Munger, why would we not take $5,000, and appropriate it to the Huntersville Parks and Rec Public Arts Commission and allow them to utilize those dollars
'Cause that's
directly?
essentially against the policy which the Public Arts Commission was founded upon, that it would not be funded by Huntersville taxpayer dollars directly. And I get that's kind of a catch-22 because we are in turn looking at using public taxpayer dollars to fund Art Science Council, which may most likely come right back to Huntersville to fund Public Arts Commission. It's a catch-22. I don't have the stigma of funding public arts and having art installations funded by public taxpayer dollars. I think it serves the greater good, but I'm trying very hard to follow the rules which were established when the Public Arts Commission was established. So this is my way of being able to fit that into the rules that we've established for that and still say we support arts. And I can almost guarantee you, no matter what money we give, we get it back. It just puts a nice foot forward to say we do support the arts. We believe in arts and we think it should be represented in this town.
Well, I think you said that eloquently. Anyone else? Commissioner Partee?
I agree with everything Commissioner Munger has said and put forth. Normally, when you negotiate contracts and a monetary figure, you come in at a high number, knowing that there's a medium or middle ground. I said 15,000. I just told Commissioner Munger that I would come down to 10,000 because I believe in the arts and science. And I think we would benefit from having the services of what they have to offer. They haven't come to us in a couple of years, so I'm willing to come down to 10,000.
Anyone else? So is there a motion to fund for, 10,000? Yes, Commissioner
So if
Kovacs.
how much have we funded any art projects? Peace poles, anything from town money?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I really don't. Typically,
We get grants, but.
we get grants. I'm trying to think, did we, as a town, fund the Vine?
No, we did not.
We didn't, because I don't think we funded that. I don't think we funded Sculptor. I don't believe we funded any of the other art installations around here. I don't know, and I apologize.
No, it's.
But I don't believe we
expect you to know
have.
the amount. So my point is, but I would be at the 5,000 and well, we can't do that, can we?
The Electric Cities, that was the grant money from Electric Cities that did Divine Sculpture.
Yes, that's right. And I was going to say, if we are going to be on board with saying, okay, then, moving forward, we're going to make a conscious effort that we are not going to use town funds to fund art, and we're only going to apply for grants, then we're not doing the back and forth thing, then I can go with the 5,000, but we killed that motion.
Is there another motion on the table? Commissioner Boone?
Point of order for the town attorney. We have voted down $5,000. Now, if we bring that back up, the motion has to come from the opposing side?
You can reconsider, but you could also change it to $5,001, $4,999. It's up to you.
Go ahead.
All right, I'd like to make a secondary motion. I don't know if that's the right term, my apologies. Motion to amend the FY 2024 budget in the amount of $5,002, because 2 is my lucky number, which will be granted to Arts and Science Council for services provided to Huntersville residents.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And Commissioner Munger, did you just say $5,002? Okay. And there is a second from Commissioner Boone. All those in favor of the motion? And those opposed? That motion carries. We will be appropriating $5,002 to the Arts and Science Council.
Motion to bring back Commissioner Phillips.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to bring back Commissioner Phillips. All those in favor? Any opposed? No.
You're back.
Hello, Commissioner Phillips. Welcome back. We are now moving to Bags of Hope. Bags of Hope has requested $26,000. They were appropriated $20,000 in last year's budget. Is there any discussion around this appropriation? Commissioner Munger.
Yeah, my wife actually spends a lot of time doing some of the work related to Bags of Hope. It's near and dear to my heart. I'm probably comfortable at 20,000.
So the same amount that they were funded last year. So Commissioner Munger said 20. Commissioner Partee? 26. Commissioner Kidwell, I know where you are. I promise to write it down appropriately. Commissioner Kovacs?
This is going to get messy. 15.
Okay. Commissioner Boone?
10.
Ooh. Commissioner Phillips? 15. All right. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Kovacs?
I'll just say, and again, this is just because, like I said, last year we went up higher because of more, so I was trying to go in with a high enough number to help them do with, help our children, but also stay true to our word and not fund as much as we did last year.
Anyone else? Is there a motion on the floor?
I have a motion.
Commissioner Munger.
Motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $15,000, which will be granted to Bags of Hope for services provided to Huntersville residents.
There's a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor for $15,000 for Bags of Hope? I'm sorry, do that again. I had my reading glasses on and I couldn't see far away. Thank you. And those opposed? All right, that motion carries. We now move to item 10K, and this is Caterpillar Ministries. They have requested an appropriation of $30,000 for fiscal year '24. Is there anyone that needs, that is associated with this organization?
I am associated with the Caterpillar Ministry through donating time and money to the organization several times a year.
Does that count?
That does not meet the statutory definition.
Okay.
Thought I'd let it out there, though.
Perfect. All right, so they have requested $30,000. We did give them 20 in last year's budget. Why don't we start at the other end of the dais this time? Commissioner Phillips.
I'm going to go to bat for Caterpillar Ministries and let this group know that their executive director is on the board of the Affordable Housing Task Force. They are currently trying to purchase mobile homes so that they can do in-community rentals. And money like this is a game changer for them because they do want to be self-sustaining for our citizens and make sure Huntersville residents get to live in Huntersville regardless of how much money they make. So I'm $30,000.
Thank you. Commissioner Boone.
I believe the Caterpillar Ministries did not get any ARPA funding at all, and I am going to go ahead and back the $30,000.
Thank you. Commissioner Kovacs.
And I agree, and I know this is opposite of what I said, but I remember last year we told them they actually should be asking for more because they're 100% in Huntersville and they serve such a large population, and especially with some of the situations that they've had there out of their control lately. But still, trying to go through and serve our residents even when their own safety was in peril, I think it's very important to help, like Commissioner Phillips said, we have heard of them trying to purchase mobile homes to be able to have some housing. And if we're not at the point yet where we can provide some housing for our residents, this is a way that we can do it until we have something more substantial.
Yeah, I will interject on that too, because one of the things with Habitat in their critical home repair, because they get federal dollars, they cannot tap in to those dollars for mobile home units. So Caterpillar Ministries is taking it upon themselves to do this work. So, I give them huge props. They are truly taking care of Huntington Green and not only the students over there, but the families holistically. Commissioner Kidwell? I know. I got you. And Commissioner Partee?
30,000.
Thank you. Commissioner Munger?
Yeah, definitely at 30,000 for me.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'd like to make a motion to award Caterpillar Ministries $30,000 in the budget amendment.
Second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Kovacs. If there's any additional conversation? Commissioner Boone? No, I'm sorry, I was raising my hand. Oh, we're getting late. All those in favor and those opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. We will be appropriating $30,000 to Caterpillar Ministries. We now move to item 10L, and this is Hope House. Thank you. Hope House has requested $20,000. We funded them at $20,000 last year as well. We will start with Commissioner Munger.
Full 20.
Commissioner Partee. 20. Actually, before I'm sorry, I didn't do this. Is there anyone associated with Hope House, sitting on a board, et cetera? Does not count. Okay, great. We'll continue. Commissioner Partee, you said 20.
20, yeah.
Commissioner Kidwell, Commissioner Kovacs.
Uh, 15.
Commissioner Boone? 20. Commissioner Phillips?
20.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $20,000, which will be granted to Hope House for services provided to Huntersville residents.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? That motion carries. We now move to item 10M, and this is North Mech Crime Stoppers.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to have, to recuse Commissioner Boone from this vote.
And is there a second? Okay, and the reasoning why?
He is on their board.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor? And any opposed? All right, and he has left the chamber. Let's move and have some conversation around Crime Stoppers. They have requested $5,000. We funded them at the $5,000 level last year as well. Commissioner Munger?
Yeah, 5,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Partee. 5,000. Commissioner Kidwell, got you. Commissioner Kovacs? 5. Okay, and Commissioner
5.
Phillips. All right, is there a motion on the floor?
Motion.
Commissioner Partee.
Considering approving the North Mecklenburg Crime Stoppers 24 budget amendment, make a motion to amend the 25Y24 budget in the amount of $5,000.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Any additional discussion? I will say Crime Stoppers does a lot of wonderful work in our community for not just Huntersville, but for the northern towns as well. And I think they're a great partner for us to be working with. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion carries. And we now move up.
I'd like to make a motion to bring back Commissioner Boone.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. All those in favor? And any opposed? Don't you do it. Come on back, Commissioner Boone.
I fell asleep back there. Looking for him. It was dark.
So I
thought you'd fallen asleep back there. I was-
Good to know. We are now moving to item 10N, and this is a request for an appropriation of $3,000 by Seasons of Giving. And this is a new organization. It's the first time that we had heard a presentation back in April from them. Is there any discussion around Seasons of Giving and what you know about them, Commissioner Kovacs?
I just know what was presented to us, and I actually ran into her again at another event, and we talked a little bit. And I just thought it was wonderful that she saw a need in the community and took it upon herself to help our community. And I really loved seeing the people that it impacted when they came to our meeting. So I'm in full support of funding them, the full $3,000.
$3,000. Anyone else?
Can you just refresh my mind?
The community that's right here.
The Whitehall.
White Hill?
Whitehall. Hill?
That one? A lot of the residents don't have anyone to visit them, or they don't get to leave there. You remember, and she was doing parties, and they did the Seuss, yes.
Yes, it was supporting seniors.
Supporting seniors and their mental well-being, as well as making sure that they were able to have holiday dinners and
Well, and I think the other piece is that facility is our, if memory serves, Bob, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that our senior Section 8 housing? Or no? No, is there a different name for it? They're different?
but this is,
But regard,
there's some form of,
yeah, it's affordable senior living. How about we call it that?
yes.
Okay, it is not. So let me be clear so that everybody here. Right. Thank you for the clarification, but it
I do
is.
know that most of the residents I've met from there walk, they don't own cars,
Right.
and I just love that they were able to help and bring some joy.
All right. So we started with Kovacs. Commissioner Phillips? Commissioner Boone? Commissioner Kovacs has already said. Commissioner Kidwell? Commissioner Partee?
5.
Commissioner Munger?
I was actually thinking lower, but I'll go with the 3 gang.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor? Commissioner Kovacs?
Sure. Motion to amend the 24 agenda, good Lord, budget to provide $3,000 to Seasons of Giving for services they provide to our residents.
There's a motion, there is a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Yeah, I figured since you made the motion. All right, that motion carries. We will be appropriating $3,000 for Seasons of Giving. Item 10O, now this is the North Carolina League of Municipalities, and I would like to clarify with Ms. Sloop, based off of the understanding that we have now of the league, even though I serve on that board, I do not have to be recused, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the League of Municipalities is our municipal organization, and Mr. Roberts, jump in any time. This is our dues. So the way I view the league is similar to Central Carolina Council of Government. It is an organization that supports municipalities. It supports us in a number of ways. But this is not something that we can play around with. We either fund it, the $38,803, or we don't. That's correct?
That's right. It was and Emily may want to clarify, it has never been on sort of this list before, and I think she's got some new information. They sent us an invoice for, their service they provide, and there's also the Southern City, which is a small magazine, I guess, that goes to the board members. But they provide a service like what I'd say, the Institute of Government, Central Carolina Council of Governments, et cetera. And we typically, those organizations do not fall under this mix. We typically get an invoice from them, and we fund those organizations because either they offer classes to board members, to staff. We may use they may do research for us. They may help lobby legislative issues, et cetera. And I don't know, Patty, was there something you put in the packet that shows the services?
There were some items that I put in the,
Did you upload any items that were,
I did, I attached them.
are they,
Oh, no, I didn't give it to them today. It was in the original package.
I'm talking about, are there any
No.
slides that went in? Okay.
No, it was in the original package.
So I can,
No, it was in the board package this time, not in April.
So the league does a lot of lobbying on behalf of all municipalities. This past term, I served as the league's Legislative Policy Committee co-chair and worked with municipalities from across the state to help ensure that we were pushing as municipalities, our legislative agenda with the General Assembly. And so when the Legislative Policy Committee that this board has, when we get together, when we're creating our legislative policy, we're also sending that to the league so that they know what our goals are, and then they work on behalf of us as well.
they have the debt set-off program that we participate in. We're not participating in the insurance pool right now. We have, I assume, in previous years. And we would look to, when we go out for bids on that, we will look to see what kind of services they can provide in that and whether they're competitive, but we're not part of that insurance pool right now. And then if you look in your agenda packet, there are other services they provide. And I will stop there.
Yep. So is there a motion on the floor to pay our dues to the League of Municipalities? Commissioner Munger.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $38,803 for the 2023-2024 League of Municipalities service fee and Southern City subscriptions.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Partee. All right, any discussion? Commissioner Kidwell.
Yes. In the packet, if you read the letter, it says the North Carolina municipalities, the league, the board takes raising dues very seriously. There has not been an increase in the league's membership service fees in 6 years. When I look upon this presentation in front of me, I look at FY22 at $37,143, and then it went down to $36,689, $36,689, $38. So if they haven't raised dues, do they drop dues in 23 for clarification?
It's based on population.
Is it based off population?
Yes, it is based
All
on
right, I just,
population.
when you see something like that, and then I look at the numbers,
We didn't change their rate, just our population.
okay.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. We now move to item 10P, and this is the Hugh Torrance House and Store. They have requested an amount of $20,000 for fiscal year 2024. Last year,
Recusals.
oh, yes.
Motion to recuse Commissioners Phillips and Commissioner Boone for being on the board.
Ah, thank you for that catch. I appreciate that. Nope, you were spot on. There's a motion from Commissioner Kovacs.
You have to vote on the recusal.
Yeah, we have to vote on the recuse.
Oh,
They can't vote on their own recusal, can they? Or?
There's a motion, there is a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, they're already off the dais. All right. All right, so last year, we funded them $15,000. This year, the request is $20,000. Is there any discussion around the funding of Hugh Torrance House and Store? Commissioner Munger?
Sure. I just want to call out, originally, when I first came on the board, I was very skeptical of the Hugh Torrance House because I didn't think that we were putting money into something where no one was ever going or anything like that. They have changed direction. They've got a number of people involved, and I'm really pleased with the new direction in which it is going. So I do support the $20,000 at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Partee?
I also have the opportunity to use the services and visit Hugh Torrance and the historical recounts of how this town grown and the contribution of all ethnic groups, especially the slaves that were here, was very impressive. And I think we need to continue our history here in Huntersville. So I also will support the full amount, $20,000.
Thank you. And just to be clear, these dollars will come from tourism dollars. This is our, the funding that we get from hospitality and tourism. Commissioner Kidwell?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Couldn't agree more. New group has done wonders. It's packed every weekend. This is bringing tremendous value to Huntersville and our continued passing on of knowledge of history. So you for a loop, didn't I?
Yes, I've been to a few of their events, and I've met people from out of town. So I do think this falls very well into that tourism group because people love history and they'll travel for it. And so I'm glad that it has really started to blossom and thankful, and 20,000.
So I have to agree and commend Abigail Jennings and the Hearts Group for the work that they've done with Cedar Grove and the Hugh Torrance House and Store. It's something to be said for a community that's growing by leaps and bounds, where most of us were not born and raised here, and yet we have that opportunity to learn our history and pass that along. And I feel very blessed that we have that opportunity to support something like the Hugh Torrance House and Store that is truly one of a kind in North Carolina. Commissioner Partee?
Yes, is it possible in the motion we can have them buy an air conditioning? I'm only kidding.
No, that would not be historic. Right. It would not feel like history. All right, is there a motion on the floor?
I have a motion.
Commissioner Munger.
Motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $20,000, which will be granted to $20,000, which will be granted to Hugh Torrance House for services provided to Huntersville residents.
And to point of clarification, does that need to also state to come out of the Hospitality and Tourism Fund?
It can, I mean, it will, that's where they are now, so.
I know, I just want to make sure that we're saying the motion correctly.
That's the way it was stated in the agenda package.
Okay.
But you can include that if you want to.
I will adjust it so that the $20,000 does come out of the tourism fund.
And is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Kovacs. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? Hey, motion carries 4-0. Yes, before I bring them back, can I just bring one back? Because
We have to
the next one has to.
We have to do the recusals.
Yeah, we have to do it individual.
Okay, motion to bring back Commissioner Boone and Commissioner Phillips.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Munger. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. Let's bring them back.
I'm gonna just all sit.
Welcome back. We are now moving to item 10Q. Yes, we said Q. And this is regarding a budget amendment for Rural Hill. Is there a motion to recuse Commissioner Phillips?
Motion to recuse Commissioner Phillips due to it being her place of employment.
There's a motion and there is a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. All right, let's have some conversation around Rural Hill. They've requested the same amount that they've requested for the last several budget cycles. Is there any discussion around Rural Hill? Commissioner Kidwell? I just saw you reaching for the button.
Okay. I mean, what can you say? Rural Hill, I mean, there's tons of events going on there all the time. It's open to everybody. Fantastic place. It's under new management, and I think it's doing even better.
Commissioner Kovacs?
I agree, and again, tourism, I've met people, I mean, those people travel for the Highland Games, holy cow. But I was able to attend the Burns dinner this year, which was super fun. Did not try the haggis, but
Come on.
not my thing, but it was really immersive and really great to be able to experience that in the way that it was supposed to be, and they followed the rules and did the whole thing, and it was really great.
So funding, the full amount? Thank you. Commissioner Boone? 20K. Thank you. Commissioner Partee?
20,000.
Thank you. Commissioner Munger?
20,000, and a reminder, it does come out of the tourism fund.
Yes, it does. I do also have to say, Rural Hill is a gem for Huntersville, and it draws folks from all over the country, and actually all over the world, because I've been out there and have met people from Scotland and from other areas in Europe. So
To be real, though, it's all about the Highland cows.
it is always, yes, it is all about the Highland cows. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Munger.
Motion to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $20,000, which will be granted to Rural Hills for services provided to Huntersville residents. These funds should come out of the tourism fund.
Thank you. There is a second on the floor. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? That motion carries. Is there a motion to bring back Commissioner Phillips?
Motion to bring back Commissioner.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Hold on. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we will wait for Commissioner Phillips. Mr. Trott, you're on deck. The subject of item 10R is Delwood and Central sidewalk discussions. So, let's have a conversation around the direction for this project. You want to tell us where we are?
We are at the same place we were the last time.
Which is, can you refresh our memory, please?
Certainly can. So we went out and completed the survey and did concepts. We went and had a community meeting. We got some feedback from those that are around there back at the end of February. We left comments out there online to see if anybody else wanted to add any. None were added in the weeks that followed. We completed a ground penetrating radar survey as well, and then came back to you for a recommendation on which side of the street. For Delwood Drive, which was on the northern side, and then on Central Avenue on the western side. We went back and gathered some preliminary data that's available through Polaris software on property owners, to see if there may be some possible challenging property ownership trends out there, forwarded that information. The direction received there was to go get feedback from the property owners to see if they'd be willing to allow just preliminary general location staking on property for location of the sidewalk and grading. And so we mailed out notices to the physical address, mailing address, put door hangers out. Staff spent time walking up and down the street to engage residents. A staff member went to a community meeting as well. We also created a web page to get community feedback. And after all of those efforts, we received comments back from 10 of the 34 parcel owners, so not quite a third, with 9 of those saying yes and 1 saying no. This is just for staking preliminary general location on property. So that's where we are.
Commissioner Kovacs?
Out of those 9 that said yes, were they majority on one street, or are they evenly
It
dispersed?
was spread out throughout the area. It was not a cluster or grouping. It wasn't like all grouping all together. It was spread out all over both streets, all over.
But on Delwood, it was like only 1 or 2 that didn't respond on Delwood? If you look at your color map, maybe.
Getting that out now.
Do you have that?
I don't have a slide of that. But the information was emailed out. There were a couple of the parcels along Delwood that did respond yes. So the ones we heard back from on Delwood, there was yes, but it's a smaller portion. And the majority of parcels is along Central Avenue. It's a longer section, so.
Commissioner Partee?
Yeah, Mr. Trot, I see here that the no's were 2 out of 83. Did they say a reason why they did not want it? On Delwood, would you like the town to add sidewalk to Delwood Drive? There was 2 no's.
Talking about the online survey results that were included in the email?
Yeah.
Yes, so just put this out there again, to try to engage the public and try to get them to respond any way, shape, or form. Give us a call, come by, whatever. And so this was just an effort to try to get them to engage, but we don't have addresses,
Oh, okay, that was my.
names.
Okay.
There's nothing associated with
It was
this.
just
It's
random, no. Gotcha.
Just trying to get the word out.
So then let me ask you this, Mr. Trot. What's our next step?
Well, that's.
What's a suggestion for our
Sure.
next step?
So we could move forward with staking on the 9 parcels that did say yes. We could move forward with that. We could move forward into design. I'll say the process we're using for this project has been vastly different than what we use on most other projects. Most other projects, we go through the design process, then start talking to property owners. We know more about how much property is going to be impacted. Right now, we just have a general concept to show generally this is about where it may go. So this process has been a lot more involved in the community to try to get feedback up front, so we could go stake what we have to get feedback from those 9 property owners. We could go ahead and move forward into design if we want to. The challenge, I'll say, is in the end, you've got to acquire property from approximately 34 property owners. If some are non-responsive or one person says no, is the board willing to continue on the project? I don't know if Anthony has anything else to add as far as options.
Mayor, just a question, maybe.
Yes.
Stephen, can you tell us how much we spent to date, and then
was gonna be-
what would take us to the next phase? And
Sure, so spent to date is about $60,000. To get us through the design part of the project would be about another 140. That's just to
Through
get through.
design?
Just to get through design.
An additional 140?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess the question is, how do we want to proceed? And, I know that there's been discussions around sidewalk in this area for a long time, but is this board willing to do eminent domain to deliver the project? Commissioner Phillips?
If it comes to that.
Well, right,
I mean, you're looking at less than 10% of people participating and then spending another couple $100,000, then potentially taking people's land without their consent or want. I think that this at minimum needs to be readdressed maybe in November. We revisit it in November to see if you guys have made any more contacts or progress. But right now, less than 10% of people, that is wild.
About a third of the people have responded.
Yeah.
It would be-
Yeah, but my brain I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm not taking somebody's land when only 9 of 34 potentially warm to this idea.
Commissioner Kidwell?
Stephen, there's various leadership groups over there in that community. Is there a way to, not if there is a way, I think we need to reach out to them and gather everybody again for one last meeting saying, we need input to move forward or to stop. You know, this was a very big concern of a lot of people over there. They wanted sidewalks, that, you know, safety of children, safety of adults, how it's going to connect to downtown to the Veterans Park. You know, I don't want to move forward with a small percentage participating because we mailed notice or, you know, define about physical staking, because sometimes things happen in the mail. I mean, I got a letter Friday from NCDOT that said I needed to respond to them by the previous Thursday. So it can happen.
Do we want to do one more round of community engagement?
Yeah, I think,
And I'll clarify, we physically placed the letter on the address, every single one.
So it's not like it got lost.
We mailed it,
and physically.
placed it, we asked them, we went to a community meeting, we've been to another community meeting. So if there's a question about reaching out,
No.
or trying to reach out,
We
pretty sure we can answer that one.
I know Commissioner Kidwell and I have asked, you know, what's the update, and I'm very appreciative of you reaching out. I do think, like Commissioner Kidwell said, it's important to reach out to the leaders of the neighborhood.
We attended the last community meeting, leaders meeting. Staff attended that to try to, this was before the deadline, to try to get information out.
I really wish we could call
So
people up.
we could go to the various agencies that are out there, the groups, I'll say, I didn't mean to say agencies, but the various groups that are out there that are working with the county, et cetera, and see if we can't pull them together to help us get more feedback, and then try that one last time to get those groups together to help us. And then we can give you that feedback, and then, but we won't go any further except for
Well, we
doing that.
certainly need to have a little bit clear direction from the community if we're going to spend another $140,000 for design. We need that clarity. Commissioner Munger.
Stephen, out of curiosity, is it possible to stake out the properties without actually going into the design phase?
Again, we can do the general staking of where we are guessing the areas, and that was what we were trying to do, and that was included in the letter that we mailed out. We're just trying to give people a general idea of where it may be. That was the intent of doing the staking, to try to get that initial feedback. Are people willing to have something like this out there or not?
And to that point, I would just like to say, if you put the stakes out there, it becomes a discussion point. People see it and they start to think about, oh, maybe I have questions about what are they doing over there, and it initiates that conversation a little bit more, so that we get, I mean, heaven help us, at least maybe 50% of the households to participate. I would argue to my dang day, you will not get 100%. Any neighborhood, you're not going to get 100% participation. But if you got 50% participation, people start talking about it. It seems, from my perspective, that staff has taken extraordinary measures to try and get the community involved. And I could be wrong, but I think putting the stakes out, it becomes very real to people, and they need to react to it.
Commissioner Munger, we're not going to go on their private property without their permission.
To be clear, only the 9. Only the 9.
Only the 9. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure, and just one other thing to note, we received feedback, as you saw on the survey online, and at the community meeting, from folks that was, I'd say, vast majority positive. They just don't live on the properties. So, and sidewalk doesn't just benefit the people where it's placed. It's going to benefit the community area for people that walk along the street, either to go places or whatever. It's not just the people that live right there on those immediate properties.
Commissioner Boone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Trott, the next time we meet on this, if you could break out the design for each street, and just instead of a whole scope, maybe if we just concentrated on one specific street, and then to get the community input. I think that what Lance said, that you got discussion in the neighborhood that might be positive to moving this forward.
We can ask our consultant to break out the fee for design on each.
Commissioner Partee?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been on this merry-go-round a lot, and we talk about being in the community. I'm always in the community, and I hear what they're saying and what they're telling me, that they want sidewalks, because we can keep pushing this back and forth, kicking the can down. You're never going to get a true consensus of the masses. We have to make a decision. Like Mr. Tri said, whether we can stake out the 9, but we have to put something in motion because they're tired of being deferred. I'm just saying that from my point of view and from what I speak and attend the churches in the community. So I'm only one person to speak for the community who's there all the time. But we have to do something and stop, and just keep deferring it. Because actually, they're getting tired of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Kidwell?
I don't think we're deferring it. I think we need community buy-in. We need community input, and we're only getting 9 out of 34 parcels to respond. I think it's important that we go back and get them to be a part of that. You know, when new neighborhoods are built, the developer builds us sidewalks. When we add sidewalks to other areas, we go and we talk to the landowners, we talk to the people around there, and we get there, hey, we're gonna do this, we need to buy this property, we need to do this, we have to lay it out. You know, I remember distinctly, 2013, I ran for office, sitting over in Pottstown. This B.J. Caldwell said, we don't have sidewalks, we want sidewalks. And here we are, 10 years later, we're finally there, but we still need these individuals to say yes. You know, as a community, you know, the majority of us want the sidewalks, and let's begin that process. You know, I appreciate that Commissioner Partee is over there and attends church with them. And I know Commissioner Kovacs is over there, and, you know, this is great, you know, but we still need the community to be a part of this process and say, yeah, you know, let's move forward. I still think reaching out to the leadership and saying, can you get us in touch? We have a meeting with all 34 people, or as many as possible. And maybe that's only 12, maybe it's 20, maybe it's 30. And have them sit there and say, yeah, this is gonna be good for the area, good for everybody involved.
Do we break it up and look to have an outreach on Delwood Street, and then turn around and do a separate one for Central? And see if we can get the people directly affected to the table?
Well,
Maybe let us talk to the organizations that are heavily involved in the neighborhood and see what kind of feedback we can get. Obviously, we know which organizations are that we've been working with, and just see what kind of feedback we get from them. Hopefully, they can help us, and we'll move in that direction.
I want to clarify, I know that sidewalks are requested because the origin of this whole project was Commissioner Kidwell and I attending meetings and hearing meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, people saying, we want sidewalks, we want to feel as though we are valued and that our safety is valued. So Commissioner Kidwell and I went and sat down with staff and said, look, you need to look at these places to put in sidewalks. We need to get community input. We're not coming in to take people's land. We want to find out what's going to be the best for the residents in that area and what is going to be the fastest way for it to happen. So not trying to defer it, but I'm also not about to get into a situation where we're going to have to take people's land, because I'm not doing that. So we can't move to a point where we're going to be put in a position where we have to take 25 people's land. I'm not doing it. So we need to get the community involved so we can make sure that this is still something that they want. We're not deferring it. We're making sure we're doing what we were asked to do.
Oh, all right. So is the direction that we want to give staff to let's do another outreach with the leadership? I see some nods and I see some no's. Commissioner Munger, what's your thought here?
I personally would like to see a multi-prong. Again, stake out the properties that need to be staked out, and if you coincide that with reaching out to community leadership, you need every possible tool to motivate people to speak. I don't disagree with what people have said, but I want kind of a multi-prong. We need to give staff the tools to be able to do what we want them to do.
And I would agree with you, Commissioner Munger, even if it's 9 parcels, to be able to visually see what that would look like could be helpful to the conversation.
It may be tough because you're going to have on Delwood, fine, you could probably get an idea. But on Central, there may be 4 parcels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish parcels that you'll be putting a stake on. And so you may have one here and then one 15 yards down.
But it's a conversation starter. I mean,
And that's fine. I just want you to understand, it may not give a true picture. You know, if I had one every other yard, you know, I can shoot a line and say, okay, this gives you an idea. So I just want to be open. We may have stakes in the yard, and people may say, well, what's that stake? Okay. And then there's 15 yards down, another stake, another 15 yards, not yards as in walking yards, but 15 properties down, there may be another stake.
Would it behoove us, if you're thinking Delwood first, would it behoove us to stake Delwood, have that community meeting, and then turn our attention to Central, instead of doing it?
I think it's the same community, right?
It's what?
Is it the same community? I'm asking a question. If it's the same community members,
But it's not the same property owners.
I mean,
Sometimes?
it's not that many more, to be honest with you, properties, there's only 9, I think you said. So there's, looks, I can't tell by the green on here, so there's probably 4 or 5 on Delwood and 4 or 5 on Central. So there's only 9 properties, so.
it looks like about 3 more on Delwood. Looks like about 3 more on Delwood would be all the ones over to Central, I believe, so.
I mean, I'd just get the whole group
So
together.
how about we circle back with the leaders within the community and formulate a new game plan, Commissioner Partee?
Mr. Trott, how many feet are we talking about as far as the sidewalk and the positioning? Are we talking about taking off somebody's land, or are we just taking about a strip? How many feet are we talking about to lay down a sidewalk?
Yeah, it'll vary by property depending on grade. It's not perfectly flat out there, and so it's going to vary. Some properties, it'll just be the curb and gutter and the sidewalk, maybe a little bit extra to get the work in. Others, there's going to have to be some grading work. Again, we don't have a design yet, so we don't know exactly what we need. That's part of the challenge too, is this will be an approximate location because we don't have that design yet. So this is just to give you an idea of where it could be.
So what direction does this board want to go? Is there a recommendation? Commissioner Munger?
Stake the 9 and meet with community leaders and try and build a consensus as quickly as possible.
All right. So that's direction.
Yes, we'll go back out to the community again, reach out to community leaders and organizations, and then we'll try to get the surveyor back scheduled to be able to stake the 9.
Okay.
Follow-up question, quick. Hypothetically, you stake the 9 and then you meet with some community leaders and they say, oh yeah, I'll do that. How quickly can we turn that around and stake the rest? Because if we make it kind of a competition and stake, it just happens faster.
Yeah, we'll have to check with the surveyor to see what their availability is. We set up a schedule with them to try to do that, actually, this week, but we had to get back to them a few weeks ago to let them know. So we'll have to try to get back on their schedule to be able to get the staking done. So don't know exactly when that can happen or how quickly they could be available.
I just had a clarifying question because there's a lot of rentals. Are we sending the letters to the home or to the owner?
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
We sent them to both. And we put one on the house. We wanted to make sure we had coverage, so we did all 3.
Right. So you have direction.
Yes, thank you.
Let's move on to item 10S, and this is consider approving a purchase agreement to purchase approximately 24 24.81 acres located at 13409 Rhema Church Road in Huntersville to build a new fire station. Mr. Roberts.
Bobby, do we have a map, anything to show, just real quick? So the property in question that we're considering is the property you see highlighted in green. I'm going to just round up to roughly 25 acres. As you know, we've been looking for future Station 5 for quite some time in sort of this area. This land came available. Obviously, we don't need 25 acres for a fire station. But as you can see, if you shrunk this down, there's a whole lot of homes out in this area. We thought this may be a good opportunity to purchase this land, roughly 5 acres for a fire station and the other acres for parkland to serve this area. I think this is on the Park and Rec sort of list too, out in this area to have what I'll call, I don't know if I'm using the right term, but a pocket park. Probably more low-intense type park like you see over in Rosedale. Obviously, that would have to do a master plan, et cetera, if the board decided to move forward with this. But this would meet our needs for a future fire station and parkland. If the board so chooses to move forward, then obviously we have some due diligence work to do. We need to look through the appraisal, and we need to do title work. Emily, anything else to add to that as far as due diligence? I can go further, but this is a need, and this is a good location.
So this is close to where we were originally looking. It's within the boundaries of the radius.
And the key is water and sewer availability. Before we were looking, water and sewer availability was a problem. As things kept growing, it was meeting. We would also look at what I would tell you. We would also look to, and Jackie can chime in if I go astray, but obviously, there's county money out there that they have in a pot out there for providing fire service in ETJ. We would go to them to use some of that funds probably to purchase, to pay. It wouldn't buy all the land because we wouldn't be using it all for fire station, but we would seek funds from them to at least pay for a portion of the land, and then we'd probably, at a later date, use some of those funds to potentially move forward with building a station at a future date. Don't know when that is.
All right. Commissioner Boone.
Ma'am, I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase agreement in the amount of $2,555,430 for the purchase of 24.81 acres located at 13409 Rhema Church Road, Huntersville, North Carolina, to build a new fire station.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? I will just have to say, what a great find. We've been searching for what feels like forever for a location for Fire Station 5. The fact that we've been able to locate a piece of property that has water and sewer access is huge for us. So I just have to say to staff, well done for finding this location. It's amazing. There's a motion, there is a second. All those in favor? And any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. We look forward to how this project will develop out. We have one more item on the agenda, and that is item 10T under other business, and this is to consider approving pre-qualification tool and criteria as requested by purchasing and contracting policy and state statute. This surrounds Town Hall, or the future building of Town Hall. Is there, I know this was presented to us tonight. Is there a motion on the floor? Commissioner Kovacs.
Motion to approve pre-qualification tool and criteria as required by purchasing and contracting policy and state statute.
Second.
There's a motion, there is a second. Now we'll open it up for discussion. Any comments, questions, any follow-up questions from what we heard this evening about the pre-qualification for contractors? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion and those opposed? That motion carries 4-2. And now we will go to commissioner reports. Commissioner Phillips. No report. Commissioner Boone. No report. Commissioner Kovacs.
I don't have a choice. Yes, Lake Norman Chamber is loading. Tomorrow, July 18th, 7:30 to 8:30 a.m., Huntersville Connection with Speaker Doug McConaughey from Beacon Health Benefit. You can get the link to that Zoom on the Chamber website. They also do that every Tuesday at that nice early hour. Thursday, July 20th, business after hours at Spare Time. So come out and support Lake Norman Chamber and Spare Time from 5:30 to 7:30. Friday, July 21st is Focus Friday. Campaign consultant Paul Shoemaker. The topic is advocacy and the North Carolina political climate. So that'll be a good one. To obtain Zoom credentials to participate in this, please register for this event or contact the chamber. July 22nd is Big Day at the Lake from 9 to 12, which is a big event for the Lake Norman Chamber and for Visit Lake Norman. And Thursday, July 27th, from 1 to 2:15 is the Lake Norman Diversity Council meeting in the Lake Norman Chamber Conference Room, and this is open to anyone that wants to attend.
Commissioner Kidwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. CRTPO, we have a meeting this Wednesday, 6 p.m., Government Center downtown. Emailed the board last week. The MOU subcommittee has been suspended indefinitely until legal counsel can be procured to review the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, to decide whether CRTPO should vote on the MOU and changing the MOU as prescribed by the Federal Highway System. Basic terms, not everybody agreed. Charlotte didn't think that we needed to do anything about the weighted vote. Other people disagreed. Their attorney said one thing. People thought it might look weird that their attorney was directing our group, so now we're seeking outside counsel. But there's no timeline put on that. I'm hoping to have more discussion with the rest of CRTPO on Wednesday night about that, because that will be part of our discussions. Second thing, just wanted to thank Commissioner Boone, Kovacs, Commissioner Partee, and Mayor Bells for joining everybody at the ribbon cutting at the Rise Cafe in Huntersville. Vice Chair Frank Gammon was out there as well, a few other people. It's great seeing everybody out there to support a new local business here in Huntersville. The bacon, as my daughter put it, was awesome, because she had about 2 plates of it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Partee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 2 comments. I just want to say that I will always advocate for gun safety, especially in the homes where guns are stored and children are present. Accidental and intentional discharges cause a serious physical injury and death. The Huntersville Police Department has free gun safety locks. Organizations and individuals can contact the police department or me at dpartee@huntersville.org. Let's be child safe. And finally, I want to bring awareness to one of the nonprofit organizations named Cool Kids Clubhouse in honor of Dan Jensen, located here in Huntersville. Cool Kids Clubhouse mission is devoted to improving the quality of life for pediatric cancer patients. Check out their website, and if you can, donate. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Munger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On July 6th, the HOAB met to discuss the text amendment to Article 9, Section 9.51.1, clarifying allowed commercial uses in a detached house in the NR zoning district. On July 12th, Public Arts Commission met to discuss various sculpture exhibition items that we approved in our consent agenda and consulted with North State to discuss assisting them with placing art in one of their pocket parks that they would pay for, just so we're clear. And as always, if you have the opportunity to give, please consider supporting our local nonprofits.
Thank you. I have a few things. I'll just do a quick rundown. I have a Central Carolina Economic Development District meeting on 7/20. MTC meets on 7/26. down at the Government Center. Also on 7/28, I have a Connect Beyond. So that's the regional transportation organization at Centralina, where we're looking at transit and how to fund transit and move projects across the region. From the EDC, we do have a new project. It's called Project Server, and they're interested in a building here in Huntersville. The EDC did a presentation at Rotary just recently, and they've got some other businesses looking to move into the area. In addition to all of that, the EDC we're currently working on a total of 34 projects. They are working through the Pivot, my brain is going dead, it's getting so late, through the Pivot program, which is the program that I'm going truly brain dead this evening. It's getting so late. It's the apprenticeship program, thank you very much, through the EDC, and those students have been placed, and they've been working in area businesses for about 3 weeks now. So the EDC and Elizabeth Underwood has been working tirelessly on that project. So good things are continuing to move in the area. With that, that is all I have. We do have a closed session.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session pursuant of NCGS 143-318.11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, and performance of an employee.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second to go into closed session. All those in favor? All right, folks, we will be back